pitch. In the air to left field. That's going to do it. The Phillies are going to win the ball game here in the bottom of the 14th inning. A walk-off RBI single the opposite way by Reed Brignac. And the Phillies win it 6-5. It's the second celebration of the homestand. So the follow-up to last night's 5-hour, 23-minute marathon won by the Phillies in the 14th inning is a little day baseball here at Citizens Bank Park. It's Game 3 of a 5-game series between the Phils and the New York Mets. And yes, there was celebrating last night for the Phillies as they pulled out the victory. Justin DeFreitas, 2 solid innings of relief. He got the win. 40 total players used, 464 total pitches thrown, and dozens upon dozens upon dozens of extra baseballs used in the Phillies and the Mets matchup last night. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, joined by Jamie Moyer and Matt Stairs as we get ready for a little day baseball on a gorgeous afternoon here in Philadelphia. Kyle Kendrick will get the baseball for the Phillies, and he's hoping to go as long as A.J. Burnett did last night, but he's hoping the game doesn't go as long as last night's.
Well, if there's one guy who's rested, he's ready for the game tonight, is Kendrick. The thing I noticed last game about Kendrick is his tempo. He was out there, and every pitch he was throwing, he was on the mound, and he was making quality pitches. Now, it helps quite a bit when you get a lot of run support throughout the game, but he just had a very good sinker working that whole game, getting guys for the double plays. He mixed in his curveball, which he hasn't thrown a whole lot this year. He got up to about 10 or 11% his last outing. But the way he was on the mound, the way he was attacking the hitters, he was pitching the contact, and here he was relying on some good defense behind him.
Well, you talked about the run support. Every pitcher loves that kind of run support, and he seemed to be a lot more relaxed in this ball game.
Well, I think he put the last outing against Miami behind him, and he knew he had to step up and try to go out there and throw a good game. And as you can see, these guys have been pretty good so far this homestand. The walks are up a little bit. I'd like to see the strikeouts up a little higher, the walks down. But they're going out and they're giving their team an opportunity to win the game.
And last night it was the bullpen that helped out the starters. 7 innings for the Phillies bullpen against the Mets in last night's ballgame. All right, another unknown commodity that the Phillies will face here this afternoon in Jacob deGrom, the starting pitcher for the New York Mets.
Yeah, this is back-to-back games where the Phillies are facing 2 guys for the Mets that have less than 5 major league starts. But their minor league numbers have been off the charts. You see 58 games, 21-11 with a 3.62 ERA in his minor league career. Young kid, Jacob deGrom, has got a big arm. He's a mid to upper 90s guy. Fastball, curveball, slider, changeup. And from these highlights here, all we're seeing are pretty good fastballs that are down in the zone and a couple of changeups. So it'll be interesting to see what the Phillies hitters are going to be able to take from the video that they have, the scouting reports that they have, and how they're going to utilize that into their game plan today, and hopefully get to Jacob deGrom like they did to Rafael Montero last night early in the game, get him out of the game, get in the Mets bullpen. And little did we know we'd go 14 innings, but a lot of the Mets bullpen was used last night. They're going to be a little short probably today, and I think if the Phillies can get to that bullpen again early today, it could be a little bit easier for Kyle Kendrick.
All right, we'll see what happens this afternoon. It is Game 3 of this 5-game series. The Phillies and the New York Mets, they meet once again. Last night, Dominic Brown helped turn the tide of the ball game because his 3-run home run gave the Phillies some life. There is the towering shot. The lineups at first pitch for tonight's game when we come back. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Toyota. The Toyota Time Sales event is going on now. Toyota, let's go places. By Citizens Bank, introducing One Deposit Checking. Keeping things simple is helping you bank better. By Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. By Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of the Phillies. By Budweiser, here's to Budweiser, here's to baseball. And by Independence Blue Cross, the most preferred health plan in the region. Independence Blue Cross, live fearless. In the latter portion of last night's game, it is a very nice afternoon for baseball here in South Philadelphia. The Phillies are about to take the field behind right-hander Kyle Kendrick. The Mets already have a lineup change to what was originally put out about 2 hours ago. Chris Young is going to lead it off instead of Juan Lagares. So we'll get to that in just a little bit. And Kyle Kendrick trying to build off the start from earlier this week. That was Memorial Day when he threw a 505 start. And he'll be trying to pick up back-to-back victories. The Fanatic is more than ready for the Phillies to take the field. This 305 start, maybe a little later than that, obviously. The umpires have already taken the lineup cards at home plate. There's last night's hero, Reed Brignac, getting a chance to start for a second consecutive day. You figure that was really the only given for today, is that he would get another start over at third base. And the Phillies do take the field. Nice crowd settling in for this afternoon game. Phillies traditionally play night games on Saturday. This year a little different. Let's take a look at the Mets starting lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity. Your home for the most live sports. It's Chris Young leading off in center. Daniel Murphy, the second baseman, bats second. David Wright hits third, followed by Curtis Granderson, and Bobby Abreu makes the start for the second straight day. Lucas Duda's over at first base. He'll bat sixth. Anthony Recker, the catcher, hits seventh. Ruben Tejada will bat eighth. And batting ninth and pitching is right-hander Jacob deGrom. And they will face Phillies right-hander Kyle Kendrick. 1-5 on the year with a 4.04 earned run average. It may not have been his best start his last time out, Matt, but it was one of his best, and he also finally got some run supports.
Well, and that was the key right there, is getting some runs early in the game, letting him get a chance to relax. And one thing we've seen about Kendrick this year, he's averaging right around 90 miles an hour with every fastball he throws. He actually topped out about 93 last game, which was nice to see, but he's going to be mixing the sinker. But what I was impressed with last game was he mixed in more curveballs for strikes and kept the hitters off balance.
Well, he's 6-1, or the Phillies are 6-1 in their last 8 games, or 7 games, excuse me, against the New York Mets when Kendrick makes the start. It's time now for our Nissan keys to today's ball game. What do you think first, Jamie?
Well, my first key is for Kyle to get deep into this game, since the Phillies had to get into their bullpen, and the game was extended by a few innings last night.
And mine's totally opposite. Work the count as the hitters and get into the bullpens, who's very tired, and get in them as early as you can.
Yeah, the Mets did make a roster move before today's ball game. Buddy Carlisle will wear number 44, and he will be available for them in their bullpen. So Kendrick has finished up his warm-up tosses. We're about ready to get underway here this afternoon at Citizens Bank Park. Terry Collins' team comes in with a record of 25-29. Meanwhile, Ryan Sandberg's squad at 24-28. They're in a virtual tie for 4th place in the National League East. So here we go. Chris Young will lead it off. Juan Lagares was scheduled to be the leadoff batter, but he came up with a spasm in his right rib cage. So about 10 minutes ago, they made the adjustment. So Young will lead it off. Young does have a home run in this series. And the first pitch of the day is taken low, so we're underway. Kendrick overall in his career 8-8 against the Mets with an earned run average of 3.58. Into the Phillies dugout, 1 ball and 1 strike. They are familiar with him, and he is familiar with them, obviously. Curve ball, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Jamie, I don't know what you do as a pitcher when the other team is so familiar with you. I don't know if you stay the course if you're effective, or if you mix it up early just to get them off the beaten path.
Well, I think for me, and having those experiences, is that you take what you realize what you have in the bullpen, and you try to work off of that. You really can't go to what you think they are going to do. You have some tendencies that you've created with them, but you have to base it off of what you have and build off of what you have as you go through the game.
And for Kendrick, building off what he did in his last ball game against the Colorado Rockies. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Chris Young. Not a bad spot. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And the other side of that too is you have to pay attention to the swings that they're taking. They'll determine what kind of stuff you really have. And I think if you can be aware of the type of swings that hitters are going to take off you, then you can make adjustments from there.
Line drive, base hit it to left field. So Young's aboard to start the ball game. That's his 3rd hit in the series. And Chris Young played a role in last night's victory for the Phillies on his 14th inning misplay. It was just a flub. It was like I'm looking dead at it, the ball's coming down, and I just completely lost it. I got a little blurry, and it's like I didn't even see it. I don't know what happened, but there's no excuse.
Well, there is no excuse on what happened, and the thing that happened is that instead of catching the ball over your left shoulder, he put the glove in front of his face and lost vision of the ball the whole way in.
Yeah, we wondered if the wind played any role at all, because it was windy. He didn't say whether it did or not, although he did have to go back to the track before he came in. Sometimes they say that it's easier to come in than go out, though.
Well, I think him in that situation where it was windy, sometimes you're almost better off freezing off the bat, because he was playing fairly deep. Freeze off the bat, see where the ball's going to go, see how the wind is going to attempt to affect the ball, and then react to it from there, because it was a rather high fly ball.
That line drive went into the crowd, and Daniel Murphy and Kyle Kendrick and the rest of the ball players are making sure that whoever it did hit, and it looks like it's a youngster who's making his way up the stairs, that he's okay. So no balls and 2 strikes to Murphy. Hasn't gotten that inside 2-seamer, whether it be to the right-handed hitter as it ran over or ran back to the left-handed hitter.
On the last point I'd like to make about what we talked earlier was about pitching and the hitters knowing Kyle. Kyle's forte is the sinker and getting ground balls, so that's what he has to stay with.
There's a liner to left field, and that's going to drop for a hit. So the Mets have back-to-back hits to left field.
And both of the balls they've hit so far have been in the air. So he's got to find a way to get them to hit the ball on the ground. Play to his strengths.
Well, in his last outing, one of the keys was, for Kendrick anyway, is that he got through the first inning without allowing any runs. He allowed the leadoff single to Blackman, but then got Kadire to line into a double play. The first inning has been an issue for Kyle this year. For one reason or another, he had a span of 3 starts where he allowed at least a home run in the first inning in all 3 starts. Here's David Wright. Wright is 15 for 44 lifetime against Kendrick. And he's one of those guys that jumped on him in a first inning up at Citi Field.
And David was, what, 0 for 6 last night?
Yeah, and 1 for 11 overall in the series. He came up in some key spots yesterday and didn't drive in the runs for the Mets. And give credit to the Phillies bullpen for that. No balls, 1 strike. Out toward right center field. On the run is Bird, and he makes the diving catch, and nobody will advance. Marlon Bird saves a run and gives the Phils the first out here in the top of the first inning.
Well, we come back to the base running situation, and Marlon Bird goes to his right, makes a very nice catch. But I'm really trying to figure out how he's anticipating that it's going to be down. But the thing is, if you're 5 or 6 feet away, you still have time to go back and tag and advance to third base with the catch. If the ball drops, it's in the gap, you can score easily. So
or be at third, and it would be bases loaded with nobody out.
And Marlin left his feet to catch the ball, so you're going to have extra time.
Curtis Granderson lifts one to center field. Now this time Young will tag. Ben Revere comes running in, makes the catch. The throw goes to second, and there are 2 outs with runners on first and third. So that's where the base running mistake hurts the Mets, because they could have had the lead, but it's a nice break for the Phils here in the top of the first.
Now here again, you get Kyle Kendrick, a sinker ball pitcher, who's every ball that's been put in play today has been in the air.
Well, now facing Bobby Abreu, who only has 2 career at-bats against Kendrick. Bobby 2 for 5 in this series, overall hitting .304. Bobby spent 9 years with the Phillies organization. He's had a remarkably good career. And the first pitch is a strike, and it's 0-1. Bobby's like Jason Giambi. They never think that the pitch they take is a strike. They're so confident in their eye that they always have kind of a bemused look that they throw on their face.
I don't think I've ever heard that word, Tom. Bemused.
Hopefully I didn't make it up. 0-2.
We're known to do that, aren't we?
Not me.
No balls and 2 strikes to Bobby Abreu. Definition of bemused is bewildered or confused. The 0-2 is tapped foul. Whew.
I knew you knew it. That's why you used it.
Well, Nieves making the start behind the plate today for the Phillies. Carlos Ruiz caught all 14 innings last night, and he gets today off. Runners on first and third with 2 men down here in the top of the first. And 1-2. Almost got him to go after a changeup. It just floated out there a little too much. Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lucas Duda's on deck. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, it's a final score down in Washington. The Nationals beat up on the Rangers 10-2. Anthony Rendon went 4 for 5, scored 3 runs. So that's 2 in a row for the Nationals over the Rangers. And a line drive base hit toward right field. 1 run is in. On his way to third is Murphy. And Bobby Abreu has his 3rd hit of this series and his 3rd RBI. It's 1-0 New York. And now Lucas Duda's up.
I think Bobby realized Kyle couldn't throw him a fastball away for a strike. He knew he had to come back in there, and I think he was waiting for it. That looked like a 4-seam fastball. He tried to throw by him down. And you're not going to beat Bobby Abreu down too many times with a straight fastball.
Now, because he was looking in like that, would he have been ready for the cutter too if he had thrown it toward that part of the plate?
He may have, yeah, especially if it stayed on the plate.
There's a change-up. 0-1 to Duda. Duda's 3 for 18 lifetime against Kendrick. So 1-0 Mets. They have 3 hits here in the first inning. Another changeup, 0-2. First inning runs in 11 starts for Kyle. Most of those, though, have come over the last month or so. I think it's 8 first inning runs over his last 5 starts or 6 starts. The 0-2 pitch, another changeup, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I like that usage of changeup, but I got to believe Duda at this point he's got to be sitting on a fastball. Needs to locate this fastball if he's going to throw it here.
He threw it up, and it's 2-2. '23 pitch first inning for Kendrick.
And Matt, you look back to a changeup right here if you're a hitter.
No, well, as a hitter, I'm looking double up. I'm thinking fastball in again. That's Kendrick's out pitch. The left-handers is the front door sinker.
It's not what's coming.
And that one's ripped to right field. That'll be in for a base hit. Another runner is in. Bobby Abreu on his way to third, and he'll be held there. It's an RBI double for Duda. It's 2-0 Mets. Well, that seemed to be a changeup that was out over the plate.
And up.
And Bob McClure heading out to the mound to talk to Kendrick.
You can see where the pitch wants to be thrown, or Will wants that, and actually Kyle throws the ball up here, and the result's not really what we're looking for. It's a big difference. I don't have a problem with the pitch. It's the location.
So Bob McClure back to the dugout. A lot of words of encouragement from Will Nieves. He was the first one out to the mound before Bob McClure, trying to get Kyle Kendrick to get through this first inning. He's allowed 2 runs on 4 hits. And Anthony Recker, the 7th man to bat in the inning for the Mets, will stand in. Recker hitting .229 with 2 home runs and 6 runs batted in. And a curved ball, and it's 0-1. Bobby Abreu over third. He had an RBI single. Duda at second. He had an RBI double.
Here's where Kyle has struggled a little bit this year at times, where he's gotten to this point where he's worked really hard to get to an 0-2 count, and then he makes a pitch that throws it too big of an area at the plate where the hitter gets a good pass at it. This pitch needs to have some effect to it, not necessarily needs to be a strike. It's either a chase pitch, change the elevation up, or something in off the plate, or chase pitch down and in that he can't reach.
Breaking ball, swung on and missed. Recker is struck out, and the inning comes to a close. First strikeout for Kendrick. The Mets, though, did score 2 runs on 4 base hits. It was a 27-pitch first inning. We'll go to the bottom of the first. The Mets are on top by 2, so the Phillies working in a hole. scored the first run. He's out in center field for New York. Let's take a look at the Phillies starting lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Leading it off in center field, Ben Revere. Jimmy Rollins bats second. Chase Utley hits third, followed by Ryan Howard and Marlon Byrd. Dominic Brown's in left field hitting sixth. And the bottom third of Nieves, Brignac, and Kyle Kendrick. And they'll face 25-year-old right-hander Jacob deGrom. 0-2, but with an earned run average of 1.83.
Yeah, he's thrown the ball decently in his previous outings. And you see left-handed hitters are hitting 188. Right-handers are hitting 200. You know, he got off to a good start in AAA where he was 4-0 with a 2.58 ERA. Up here in the big leagues, though, he's 0-2 with a 1.83 ERA, as you said, Tom, with 14 strikeouts and 10 walks, which I'm sure hasn't helped him either. But he's got a pretty good arm, pretty live fastball. It's a windy day. I hope he's got some extra weights in his back pocket. He's a very lean kid. But no, I like his arm. I like the way he works. It'll be interesting, like I said in the pregame, how the Phillies are going to approach him.
6'4" and 180 pounds. Out of DeLand, Florida, and Ben Revere will lead it off. Revere hitting 285, a home run, 18 runs batted in. That is hit in 5 straight.
And he's got the Jeff Samardzija hair look going.
Jeff Samardzija, Bronson Arroyo. Who'd you say, Matt?
Weaver.
Jeff or Jared Weaver. 1 ball and 1 strike to Revere. Well, he's a kid who hasn't pitched all that long. In fact, his first 2 years in college, he was a shortstop and third baseman. He went to Stetson University, and it was after his second year they converted him to a pitcher. And then he was drafted in the 9th round by the New York Mets.
And unfortunately, in 2010, he missed a year. He had Tommy John surgery.
Inside, 3-1. Bet is 2 for 11 in the series. He has 13 hits on this homestand so far. Last night there was a point in the game we thought Revere would be up there to bunt. And Ryan Sandberg said today that he did have the sign to bunt, but it was to bunt for a base hit if he wanted to. And Revere felt like the third baseman was too far in, so he didn't want to do it, and he wound up hitting into a double play. And he's down on strike, so there's one away here in the bottom of the first. Jimmy Rollins is coming up. Let's check in with Greg Murphy. Murph?
All right, thanks a lot, Tom. Well, I hope you three are well rested after last night's game. A quick turnaround, obviously, with the day game. The longest game this season for the Phillies, both in time and in innings. And that brings us to our Coors Light Cold Hard Fact, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Last night's game took 5 hours, 23 minutes. It was the Mets' 6th game of 4 hours or more. Only the Dodgers and Rays have played as many as the Mets that long. And 5 hours and 23 minutes, so a significantly longer game. Here's hoping it's a little bit shorter and well played this afternoon, guys.
I was shocked when I saw there were 2 teams that had played more 4-hour games than the Mets. I just thought the Mets, I figured that was it. I mean, we've seen a handful of those 4-hour games against the Mets.
Yeah, I would imagine the Phillies are up on that list as well.
2 balls and no strikes to Rollins.
I would have also thought there were more teams from the American League in that grouping.
Well, that's a good point, too.
There will be some in Montreal, in Boston, and New York Yankees play each other.
That's a given.
Oh, yeah.
That one's pulled foul. It's 2-1. Yeah, when they face off at a day game, you got to set aside your afternoon and your early evening a lot of times. Two balls and 1 strike. So back-to-back batters, he's worked the count 3-1. He came back to strike out Revere. And let's see what he does here with Rollins, who comes into today's game with 2,223 hits. 11 away from tying Mike Schmidt. Flared down the left field line and out of play. previous 3 starts, the Mets have scored only 6 runs for Jacob deGrom. Well, today they're off to a 2-0 lead. Off the end of the bat, a fly ball to shallow center. Chris Young will take care of Rollins, 2 away. The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Don Butler of Philadelphia. Phillies hit a home run at today's ball game, then Donald will win $100. Chase is 1 for 10 in this series. He's been on base twice with the 1 hit and 1 walk. His average at .323 with 4 home runs, 27 runs batted in. And the first pitch is off the glove of Recker. It's 1-0. And Recker throws a 1-hopper back to the mound, so we're going to need a new baseball. Marvin Hudson put it back in his bag. Players are trained now. If the ball hits the ground at all, they're going to get a new baseball.
I could never understand that. Jim, I don't know if maybe you'd like to use a scuff ball or not.
Sure. Take a bucket of them.
But a lot of guys think that, and I was always amazed when a ball was thrown to first base in the dirt and you picked it, the first baseman would throw it out.
Oh, that's a no-no. My first baseman wouldn't do that. I wouldn't let him. It might happen once, but it won't happen twice.
1 ball, 1 strike to Utley. Change up low, 2-1. So you try to get it back as fast as possible so the umpire won't ask for it.
Well, I just try to get it back, and then the umpire and I have a little conversation about it if I can. But that happened once in spring training with Arenado. With
Nolan Arenado?
Nolan, yeah, when he was a rookie in spring training. First game I pitched. I don't recall what happened, but the ball hit the dirt. And thrown around the infield. He got to third base and he flipped it out. I went, "What?" I can't say it real loud because I'll blow out eardrums on TV, but I hollered at him. And he almost dropped the glove off his hand. I said, that's my ball, not yours. And I said, I don't do that with your bats. If I don't want the ball, let me throw it out of the game.
Swing and a miss, and Utley is struck out. 2 strikeouts in the inning for deGrom, and the Phillies are retired in order. So we've completed our first. We go to the second. It's 2-0. Mets on top. The second inning here at Citizens Bank Park. We'll take a look at our Mazda leaders, and the Mets just had a shutdown inning as deGrom was able to retire the Phillies in order after they got 2 runs in the top of the first. Now, the Mets are among the leaders in the National League in shutdown innings. It's somewhat surprising to think of considering their record. But the Padres are also on that list. It'll be Tejada, DeGrom, and Chris Young here in the top of the second. Tejada takes low, 1 ball and no strikes. Started yesterday's game, wound up going 2 for 6. And it gets the second day in a row start for the Mets. Up high, 2-1. Kyle's going to have to settle in here. Although the Phillies did not burden their bullpen as much as the Mets did last night, they did lose some guys. They did not use Jeff Manship, who's their long man. He was the last man left. Over to third, and a bad hop over the glove of Brignac. That'll be a base hit for Tejada. So a leadoff batter aboard, and here comes Jacob deGrom.
Just another bad hop. I mean, very tough, hard to play, but the bottom line, Kendrick has to figure out already now what's going on, because he's up in the zone. His sinker's not sinking to stand up in the zone, and guys are getting good swings at it. His change is up in the zone. He just needs to bury that ball in the dirt with that two-seamer. And as a hitter, I wouldn't consider his sinker a sinker. It's more of a runner. Just a little tail at the end of it. So I'm looking up in the zone, because the sinker is usually a pitch that'll start between the knees and the thighs and drop out of the zone. I'm looking to elevate his ball and to drive it. And he's not mixing in the curveball, so all I'm looking for is either a fastball or a changeup.
He's already given up 5 hits and nobody out here in the second. deGrom tried to bunt. He'll try again. Takes up high. 1 ball, 1 strike. He bunts one in front of the plate. Nieves' one play is to first, so the sacrifice is successful. And there's one away. Chris Young's coming up. Well, the Phillies will play 2 more games against the New York Mets tomorrow and Monday. And tomorrow, all fans 14 and under will receive the Total Cliff Lee action figurine. There is the action figurine. Monday's game is a 7:05 first pitch. Tickets can be purchased anytime by going to Phillies.com. Chris Young started the rally in the first with a single to left. Got a curveball in there. It's 0-1. Kyle's thrown 4 curveballs. Most of them have been strikes, including getting Recker to finish up the first. Popped him up. Chase Utley, right side of the infield. Two outs. And that'll bring Daniel Murphy to the plate. Murphy singled the opposite way his first time up. That was his first hit of the series, although he did walk 4 times in the first 2 games. I believe he crossed Will Nieves up. He got a strike out of it.
broke his thumb too. It happens.
Most times, Jamie, is it the pitcher's fault or the catcher's fault?
I can't say it. When you say most times, it's, you know, it's. I'm going to say most times it's the pitcher's fault, because you may have a pitch in your mind, and you've got it so ingrained in your mind you're not even seeing the signs, and you're focused on what's going on the base paths too.
Well, that's a great point. No balls and 1 strike. Now 0-2.
Now, do pitchers and catchers use the amount of outs of which signs they're going to be using? I mean, could that have been a situation where they had 1 out? Maybe they're going.
No, I mean, they're not doing that. I know that because they use the tap system and all that. But yeah, there are pitchers that use the outs as their indicators in their sign sequences. There's a number of ways you can use your signs, but that is one way. Yes, ahead, behind, and even in the count would be another one.
Line drive caught by Ryan Howard. What a play on the backhand, and that saved another run. He might have been a step over with the left-hander up, but his reactions were outstanding on this play. Got to the spot and watched it the entire time to finish up the top of the second. It's Sundays with Schmidt. It's game 4 of this 5-game series. We'll be on the air at 1:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Jamie will head home. Jamie, you going to watch some college baseball when you head home, do you think?
There's a chance of it. We'll see how the youngster does tonight on ESPN 3 at 9 o'clock Eastern time.
So who's Pepperdine playing tonight?
They play Cal Poly. Cal Poly's the host, yes.
They beat Arizona State yesterday?
Yes, they did, 3-2.
Ryan Howard leads it off here in the second, and Howard takes a strike. It's 0-1.
Young Moyer had a good game, 2 for 4, couple of singles.
Yeah, 2 hit, 2 for 4. At least somebody can hit in the family.
Here's the 0-1 pitch off the hands, and that will be out of play. But it's no balls and 2 strikes. Both of your boys are infielders. You surprised that neither one of them are pitchers?
No, they're right-handed. I wouldn't let them be a pitcher.
Well, that's a good point.
Right-handers are a dime a dozen, and if you're a pitcher and you're right-handed and you have pro aspirations, you better do something special. That's my short take on it. I could give you a long answer, but we're on TV. I can only give you a short answer.
No balls and 2 strikes to Ryan Howard. And he's down on strikes. So 1 away. That's 3 strikeouts for DeGrom. Well, obviously they saw something in DeGrom to move him from being an infielder to the mound, and I guess it's the 95 that he's firing here.
Well, he throws the ball hard, but from what we've seen so far, he's able to locate the ball down, and he can throw. He can elevate, and he can throw a changeup. And he's got a low curveball. It doesn't look like he's real consistent or comfortable with that curveball. We haven't seen a cutter slider yet, but you know, he's what, a young kid facing big league hitters, and at this point cutting right through them. It's only 4 hitters, but of those 4, he struck out 3.
Yeah, he's right around the strike zone. He's thrown 21 pitches. 12 of those pitches have been strikes. Now he has worked 3-ball counts to 3 of the hitters. It's 1 ball and no strikes to Marlon Byrd. He's hit in 3 straight. He's 2 for 8 in the series. And it takes a strike. It's 1-1.
And I got to believe, soaking wet, he's all of 180 pounds.
And he may not get much bigger. He's 25 years old. This may be what he's going to look like. Ground ball to third. David Wright is there behind the bag. So 5 up, 5 down for the Phillies, and Dominic Brown is coming up. Well, after he converted his junior year to the mound, he made 12 starts. He had decent numbers. Shavy said he went through Tommy John surgery.
We can check that one off. And it's surprising that that he had a Tommy John surgery after shortly converting to being a pitcher.
Sure, he pitched in high school a little bit, and all those throws from the left side of the infield. Maybe it was mechanical too, just learning how to pitch, and maybe his mechanics were off a little bit.
That's what I'm thinking. Coming from shortstop and having a short stride and putting a lot of pressure on your arm by throwing, probably set it off.
1 ball, 1 strike to Dominic Brown. He's hitting .201 with 4 home runs. He had a 3-run shot last night. He has 26 runs batted in. Out in front of a changeup, and it's 1-2.
I wonder what his arm looked like from shortstop if we're seeing this from the mound.
Well, maybe the reason why he's pitching is maybe he couldn't throw from shortstop at first.
I have a feeling he had a little problem with that pole that he swung in his hands.
That's a good point.
It's usually what happens.
Although he did have the first hit for the Mets pitchers after 64 at-bats this year. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Dominic Brown.
Every squirrel finds a nut.
Fortunately for him, it didn't take him as long as some others. Swing and a miss. So he has struck out 4 of the first 6 batters. The Phillies have been retired in order in both innings. He unfurled that changeup against Dominic Brown. We played 2. We go to the 3rd. It's 2-0 Mets. fan section for all the information, and please submit your answer on the subject line. All right, guys, the question is, what team did Mets pitcher Bartolo Colon start his major league career with in 1997? If this was Jeopardy, Matt would already have the light on and his answer key. Jamie has it as well. All right, we'll run it down a little later on. There's a player in this ballpark that was affected by that trade also.
That might be the tougher part.
David Wright will lead it off.
To your question.
Maybe we'll change it.
Oh, yeah. You make the rules as you
no,
go. Okay.
Tom, we're not changing it. We're good.
We'll get it. Player.
Right flat out to right. His first time up. A heck of a play by Marlon Byrd. Curved ball down and away, 2-0.
Oh, no. What was that? What was the second part of that?
There's a player in the ballpark today.
An active player.
An active player on the 40-man roster.
Oh, that's a little different. So is he active?
I cannot tell why he's not active. But he's in the ballpark today as Howard makes the catch. I'll get back to that in a moment. Murph has a pending interview that we have to get to. Murph, take it away, buddy.
That's right. We are pending right here as we're joined with Margaret Sandberg. It is good to see you. And what a special day at the ballpark today. Fans feeding families. I know you're a big part of that. Tell us a little bit about what's happening around the ballpark today.
Well, today there's a lot of things happening. We're collecting food by several of the gates and all non-perishable items. That'll be donated right to Philabundance. We're selling pins for $5. That goes right to them. 50-50 raffle. They get half of that. And a silent auction. So a lot. There's a lot going on.
It is so important, though. You stop to think about it. This morning, or right before the game, 9 ceremonial first pitches, and that symbolizes the 900,000 families that need help in the Delaware Valley. That's kind of remarkable when you stop to think about it.
It sure is, and it's sad because the kids that don't go to school now in the summer, that's when it's even harder to get food to them. So we really need the food now. Philabundance
has done so much great work in the Philadelphia area for so many years. And for folks, it's pretty easy to get involved, is it not?
Absolutely. For 30 years they've been doing this. They started out of a station wagon, I heard. And Brian and I are really excited to get involved with that because we are passionate about people eating and feeding families.
Yeah, we should point out that, in the Clearwater area, the Phillies' second home, this is something that you do as well, you and Rhino do as well with folks down there.
I do. I do it once a week. I go to St. Vincent de Paul and cook, prepare and serve the homeless. So I enjoy that, giving back.
Well, it's a great program, Tom, in conjunction with the Phillies and Philabundance, and it begins today, but it is a project that is really year-round, and we have to remember folks need food not only in the winter and the cold months, but in the summer months as well. Margaret, thank you so much for your hard work. Thanks, Rhino, as well. A terrific play right there by Chase Utley, out of first base. Tom, as we send it back, we'll just remind people to log on to the website, whether it be the Philabundance website or the Phillies website, and you can get involved as well. And as Margaret pointed out, you can buy these pins for $5. All of that money heads right to Philabundance. We'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, you can also text Fans Feed and make a $10 donation. And as Murph alluded to, Margaret and Rhino sort of taking the reins of leading the charge with the Fans Feeding Family program, which was put together several years ago with the Halladay Family Foundation. Roy and Brandy Halladay and their family were big proponents of the Fans Feeding Family program, and it is a great function of people's time and efforts. And the folks at Philabundance, the Phillies work very closely with the folks at Philabundance. They do tremendous work, and it's just a few blocks away, the main warehouse here in Philadelphia. No balls and 1 strike to Bobby Abreu. He takes outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. All right, well, this seems to be the MO for Kyle. He's starting to settle in here in the third with the Phillies down 2-0 after allowing the 2 first-inning runs.
And you're right, Tom. We've seen that in numerous of his outings so far this year, that after the first inning he does settle in and ends up going 5, 6, 7 strong innings, but the Phillies have never been able to get back on top from there, hence his 10-game losing streak.
1-2 pitch fouled away.
That was, by the way, snapped.
Earlier this week, where the Phillies did get 9 runs in that game against the Rockies. Bobby singled home a run his first time up. He's 1 for 1. He's now 9 for 18 with 5 walks in his last 6 starts for the Mets. The ball got a piece of Will Nieves, and it's 2-2.
Well, I think what makes Bobby Abreu such a good hitter is when Kyle has shown him pretty much every pitch he has in his repertoire this at bat. I think Bobby then starts to discount. All right, he's not going to throw me this pitch, or he can't get this pitch by me, or I can hit this pitch in this location, and he starts setting on pitches, and there, it's a good short breaking ball in the dirt, and he just kind of spits on it.
Change up, and now it's 3-2.
It's almost like he's banking on right here. The sense I'm getting is almost banking on he's not going to throw me another strike, because his takes, he is not even flinching.
Toward left field. Dominic Brown going back toward the wall, and he makes the catch. And the side is retired. Nothing across for the for the Mets, excuse me. We'll go to the bottom of the third. It's 2-0. Mets on top. Pennsylvanians every day by Thomas Jefferson University Hospitals. Call 1-800-JEFF-NOW for an appointment. And by Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. Last of the third. It's 2-0 Mets on top. And then it'll be Will Nieves, Reed Brignac, and then Kyle Kendrick for the Phillies. They haven't managed a base runner yet. 4 strikeouts so far for Jacob deGrom. Nieves hitting .289. He is 0 for his last 7. He's done a very nice job as the Phillies' backup catcher. Carlos, as we said, caught all 14 innings last night. Got banged up a little bit, a couple foul balls, a couple balls in the dirt. He'll be out there tomorrow. Oh, and 2. Little cue shot. All right, now deGrom's starting to throw all of his pitches. You know, we saw mostly fastballs in the first inning. And to start the second, then he started to mix in some of his other pitches, particularly the changeup to Dom Brown.
Which is surprising because he really has had complete control with the fastball tonight. Figured he'd get Dominic Brown a 3-2 situation. Knew he's going to be aggressive on the swing and made a very nice changeup. So he's settling in pretty good right now.
Swing and a miss. Threw a changeup there. That's 5 strikeouts for DeGrom. And there's 1 out here in the 3rd. On Friday, June 13th, it's 60s retro night here at Citizens Bank Park, and the Chicago Cubs are coming to town. Phillies will play 3 games against the Cubs. Saturday the 14th is a 3:05 start. Then Sunday, June 15th, is Chevrolet Father's Appreciation Day. A free Phillies fedora for men 15 and older. Order your tickets now by going to Phillies.com.
Well, and for me, if you watch DeGrom closely, he's able to repeat his mechanics. And right there, his catcher just asked him to throw a changeup down, and he did it. So it's about execution, and he's able to execute. And that's what you're looking for when you're talking about consistency with the pitcher. It's execution, and then you go one step further back than that, and you say, can I repeat my mechanics?
And his mechanics seem to be pretty simplistic.
They are.
Fastball, then a changeup, and now it's 0-2 to Brignac. And he's right back on the hill, ready to go. But I guess when you can throw at 96, you want to get right back up on the hill and get ready to throw. Recker wants this one up and in. It was up.
And Tommy made a great point. He wants to get on that mound and he wants to pitch. So what should a hitter do? Simple. Step out, take your time, get in there as he starts his windup, call time, and see if you can rattle him a little bit. Don't let him get in that routine.
2 balls and 2 strikes. He tried the slider there to Brignac. Well, that Father's Appreciation Day fedora we were talking about, Chris Cashman has been nice enough to sport it. He is older than 15, so he can wear it. Swing and a miss. 6 strikeouts.
When you put a cigar in his mouth, he looks like that guy that used to hang out in L.A. behind when Fernando Valenzuela pitched. Remember that guy? I forget his name.
He's still there.
Is he still there?
Is it Jorge Brito?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Here you see a good change, asking for a good change up down. Look where he throws it, down out of the zone. You know, and all this right here is breeding confidence for him. And he's going to, I think, as he goes, he's going to get tougher and tougher because his confidence level is going to rise.
Well, he has 6 strikeouts, so of the 8 outs, 6 are strikeouts. That's pretty dominant to start the ball game.
He's only thrown 39 pitches with those 6 strikeouts.
1 ball and 1 strike to Kendrick.
Well, if you think back to AJ's game last night, 11 strikeouts and 6 walks, and he still only threw 112 pitches. That's impressive.
Ground ball toward third. David Wright has it behind the bag, flips on one hop, and it's in time to get Kendrick. That's a heck of a play by David Wright over third to retire the Phillies in order. 9 up, 9 down for the Phillies. We'll go to the 4th. It's the Mets 2, Phillies nothing. Pulling a doubleheader at the office, W.B. Mason's huge selection of Green Mountain Coffee K-Cup packs keeps you running and provides fan base satisfaction. Order by 11:30 and get free same-day delivery. Who but W.B. Mason? Well, we go on to the top of the fourth inning. It's 2-0. Mets on top. This is a heck of a play by David Wright.
Yeah, it was a great play by David Wright, but if you see, watch the throw across the diamond, Lucas Duda switches his feet. And watch right here, switches, even though he shouldn't have been on top of the bag, but he switched his feet because he anticipated a ball that wasn't sure where it was going to go. So he put himself in a position to field that ball easily, where he was most comfortable.
Yeah, athleticism to be able to sort of do it on the fly like that.
Yeah, well, it's anticipation, and I think that's a sign of a good first baseman right there.
Although I was surprised that he shifted that and didn't keep his right foot on the bag, only to sort of stretch a little bit.
But I think out of David's hand, he may have seen a different trajectory.
Going up the right field line?
Exactly, and I think he was starting to prepare for that, even though that did not happen. And there wasn't a lot on the throw, so it probably wasn't going to get by him. It was a matter of whether the ball was going to stay down or if it was going to pop up.
Well, he'll lead things off here in the top of the fourth. 2-0, Mets on top. 2 runs on 5 hits. Duda doubled homer run his last time up, so he's 1 for 1. Curved ball, 0-1. Matt, what does that curveball first pitch do to a hitter? In all honesty, I mean, he may not throw it with 2 strikes, but against the hitter in the first pitch. There's Brignac over on the left side.
Well, it really, what it does, it depends if he's going to throw it more than one time. I mean, I can understand if he's going to be a guy that's going to start you off with that big curveball for a strike. But if he's going to start to get in a routine of throwing that first pitch for a strike, and then all of a sudden he forgets about it the whole bat, you still go back and hit off the changeup or off the fastball, whatever it is. But that's when he has to start mixing 2 or 3 curveballs in, like AJ did yesterday. AJ did a tremendous job throwing fastballs, and then if fastball counts, he would throw the curveball for a strike. Throw another curveball for a strike. Well, he needs to get in the routine, as Kyle Kendrick right now, and throw the curveball more than one time.
Saw AJ after the ball game. I was walking out with Larry Anderson, and Larry said to him, were you politicking for another inning? He said, I was. I mean, he was getting stronger as the night went on. He's probably thinking, I don't want to leave this ball game the way his curveball was working.
Yeah, he actually threw the ball very well in the first inning, then scuffled, and then came back to mediocre. And then as the game went on, boy, he got sharp. And it was quite evident. And I loved how Ryan Sandberg stayed with him and allowed him to extend himself a little bit further in the game.
All right, he did have another comment when we were talking to him yesterday. Not only was he politicking to come in, he changed the subject immediately. He said, where's Stairs? And I said, he's upstairs. He said, did he really say this game was going to go 17 innings? There's some unhappy people with him right now.
Bottom line is, if you don't like the comment, get it done earlier.
Well, it did only go 14, so you're kind of off the hook.
Yeah, I was disappointed.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Anthony Recker. With 1 man down here in the top of the fourth. Curved ball, and it's fouled at home plate.
I figured the longer the game goes, the more knowledge I get from listening to Jamie Moyer talk about pitching.
Not for when you make your comeback, so you understand pitching more?
No. Now I'm looking forward to sitting down and reading the Jamie Moyer book that he passed up the other day.
1-2 pitch to Recker. With a curveball swung on and missed, and Recker is retired. He's saying that ball was fouled. Second time that he's gotten Recker on the curve. Well, there are 2 outs here in the fourth. Here's to Budweiser. Here's to baseball. Little weekend baseball here at Citizens Bank Park. Day game today, day game tomorrow, and then of course Monday night the Phillies will wrap up this homestand before they head to Washington. Tejada singled his first time up. Golfs that one deep to left field. Brown going back, and that one is gone. Solo home run for Tejada. He's 2 for 2. It's 3-0 Mets on top. I know this isn't the case, but I don't think Ruben Tejada hits anybody but the Phillies. I mean, just the last couple of years, his numbers against the Phillies are far superior than his numbers against everybody else.
Well, and I think part of it is the pitches that he sees and where they are and the type of hitter he is. You're doing him a favor, throwing him a curveball. That's in the strike zone.
First home run of the year for Tejada. And here's DeGrom. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Last home run for Tejada was back in August of 2012 in San Francisco. One ball and 1 strike to DeGrom, who had to sacrifice his first time up. He's 4 for 6 this year. He pinch hit in yesterday's ball game and was retired. He was struck out in last night's game. Mets pitchers were 0 for 64 to start the year, and then he got a hit against the Yankees in his first big league start. Two and 2. Swing and a miss, and the side is retired. So Kendrick hits a couple strikeouts here in the inning, but the Mets add on to their 2-run lead with a solo home run by Ruben Tejada. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Ben Revere will lead it off. Quality Plus Ford stores. Go further. Buy WB Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy right. And buy Toyota. The Toyota Time Sales Event is going on now. Toyota. Let's go places. Oh, there's Betsy Ross's house. I'm going to be there on Monday afternoon. I don't know what you guys are doing. Jamie, you'll be out on the West Coast. Matt, if you want, I'm going on a tour of Philadelphia with my daughter's 5th grade class. We'll go to Betsy Ross's house. We're going to go look at the Liberty Bell and all those other great sites in Philadelphia. Today would be a perfect day to do something like that. Perfect day to be here at the ballpark, too. We may or may not be going to take a look at the Art Museum and Rocky's statue.
That's one spot I will be on Monday right there.
Right, you're going to go to the Rocky statue?
I've never seen it before.
Oh, really?
Never.
It's been all around the city, different spots. Across the street, the Spectrum is here. Here's Ben Revere to lead it off. you watch the entire Rocky V movie yesterday, or
Most of it.
Revere takes pitch low, 1 ball and no strikes. Revere has struck out today, but then again, so have 6 Phillies overall through the first 3 innings. One ball and 1 strike to Revere. David Wright is in on the grass at third. Ground ball toward the right side. To his right is Murphy. One out for Jimmy Rollins. Honestly, last Sunday when Josh Beckett was throwing the no-hitter against the Phillies, I didn't think his stuff was anywhere near as good as DeGrom's stuff is right now. I don't know if you guys agree with that or not, but this kid's got some really good stuff going here. Rollins fly to center his first time up.
I tell you, Recker's done a really nice job of handling him behind the plate. I think they've really worked well together so far today.
Down the right field line. If it's fair, it's gone. It is a foul ball. Great catch by that guy right there.
And you come back with the same pitch a little further in. See what they do. I guarantee it goes the changeup away. Oh, well, maybe that ball's right down the middle. So how about a lot further in?
Or Tapper foul. Ooh, a one-handed catch.
Nice.
Well, he's got something in his other hand. He's got a bag of sorts.
A drink, bottle of water, and a snack maybe.
That's a great
Pretty
catch.
talented.
Yeah, big hands. Rollins lifts it into foul territory down the left field line. David Wright will make the catch, and there are 2 outs. It's now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag #PhillyFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. Anybody has a photo of that gentleman right there making that catch, send it in. Two away for Chase Utley. Utley struck out his first time up. On the outside corner, 0-1. Difference of about 5 miles an hour between his 4-seamer and his 2-seamer. Does that seem right?
Yeah, he can be low 90s with the 2-seamer, 4-seamer. When he gets that little the rising fastball, he'll top at about 96.
Now the 0-2 pitch. Outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes to Chase Utley. Chase with 31 career home runs against the New York Mets. Ryan Howard has 38. And a line drive, base hit it to right field. It's the first hit of the day, and it comes with 2 outs here in the 4th inning. Second hit of the series for Utley. Phillies had a tough go of it since winning the game the other night against the Rockies with the home run. He's 0 for his last 12 with 7 strikeouts. Three-man over, shift on. Threw him a changeup, 0-1. Off the end of the bat, floated out toward right. Abreu's coming in, and he makes the catch, and the side is retired. So the Phillies do get their first hit. Utley is left over at first. We'll move to the top of the 5th inning. It's the Mets 3, Phillies nothing. Third, that's a Hatfield Dollar Dog Night here at Citizens Bank Park. It's the start of a 4-game series. Wednesday is African American Heritage Night, and then Thursday, the Xfinity Fireworks after the ball game. For tickets for that 4-game series and for all games coming up here at Citizens Bank Park, go to Phillies.com. On to the 5th. Chris Young will lead it off. He's 1 for 2. First pitch is down low. It's 1 ball and no strikes. The outside corner, 1 ball, 1 strike. Phillies just trying to keep this at a 3-run deficit right now here in the top of the 5th. Give the offense a chance. They haven't really had much of a chance against Jacob deGrom just yet. Over to third, Brignac to his left. And Young is retired, 1 away. That'll bring Daniel Murphy to the plate. Murphy singled. He's also lined out to first. So he's 1 for 2.
And part of the problem today for Kyle, it's just the 3rd ground ball out he's gotten today. 13 outs. Not a good percentage.
And that's all because he was up in the zone those first few innings, like you guys were pointing out.
You know, and as Matt said, you know, his sinker isn't, you know, a legit sinker. It's kind of a runner. So, I mean, he's really got to rely on that ball running. And when he's right, when he gets on top of the ball, his ball does sink. But when he's just a tick off, it's not really a legit sinker.
The end of 2012, the end of 2012, the second half, and the first half of 2013, he was never better. Those two segments sort of combined. There's a spinner out towards short. Rollins backhands. The ball was running away from him, and he makes a fine play, and there are 2 outs. So back-to-back ground ball outs.
And Tom, think back to what you're referring to. Probably working. His tempo was really quick. He was a very aggressive pitcher, and trying and he probably got a lot of quick outs early in the count.
Well, and also, my recollection is the 2-seamer, the one that runs off the lefty's hip, was as good as I've ever seen it from Kyle. You remember when Vance Worley first started throwing that 2-seamer, how good that was here in Philly. And Kyle sort of, you know, duplicated that. Had a great success with it. And his changeup was good too. One ball, no strikes to David Wright. He's 0 for 2. Fans, next time you're looking to pick up great seats to the game, head to StubHub, where you can earn 2% back in fan rewards on every purchase, including Phillies tickets. StubHub, your ticket to upgrades. Ground ball foul. Just past the first base bag. That's a great reaction by that little guy. I don't know how she even saw him. He was lower than the railing.
That was a pretty good pitch.
It really was. The guy thought he had it. He brought his glove. It was all worked in. He was in perfect spot.
He was a little upset. That guy was a little upset.
It was a very nice play, though. 2-2 pitch. Did he go around? Yes, he did, says the home plate umpire, Marvin Hudson. Side is retired in order, so 4 in a row retired by Kyle Kendrick. Middle of the 5th. Marlon Bird will lead it off when we come back. trail it 3-0 as we go to the bottom of the 5th. They've managed only one hit against 25-year-old right-hander Jacob deGrom. Now, that was a single by Chase Utley in the 4th inning. Tonight, the Union continue their West Coast swing as they tangle with Chivas USA. Saturday at 10:30, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Well, deGrom will face Marlon Byrd, Dominic Brown, and Will Nieves. Marlon grounded out to third his only time up. He's 0 for 1. Well, he mixed it up. He didn't start him off with a fastball. He started off with a curveball, and it's 0 1. Ball and 2 strikes. Mentioned Anthony Recker, who's doing the catching here today. Anthony is a local kid who went to Alvernia College, at the high school at Catasauqua, and was a football player, very good football player from all accounts. And his baseball career kind of evolved a little late in high school in Legion. He's kind of sitting back there, and everything he's calling, he's right around the strike zone and has the movement that you'd love to have if you're a pitcher.
And it really has, from the first pitch until this last pitch to Marlon Byrd, a nice curveball. Everything he has thrown has been down the zone for a reason, for a sinker. He's throwing his changeup lower to get guys to swing at it, throwing the elevation of the fastball. But he's just got in a very good rhythm, and he's making some quality pitches right now.
7 strikeouts for him, and he starts Dominic Brown off with 1 inside. It's 1-0.
Well, the pitches that he's throwing off the plate have effect. You know, that ball right there to Dominic's in. Got to stand him up a little bit. Every pitch has a purpose, or should have a purpose. And for Jacob right now, it looks like that's the case.
A ball, 1 strike. Dominic struck out his last time. He saw a lot of off-speed pitches his last time up. Sees one there, and it's outside, 3-1.
And he's got a 3-0 lead. He's got a 3-1 count. He needs to get back in the count. Probably going to throw a fastball right here. Although he has command of other pitches. It wouldn't surprise me if he threw something else.
And he throws a changeup, and it's the first walk of the day. Only the second base runner the Phillies have had. So he's out of the stretch for just the second time.
Now, see, that last pitch, I would have a hard time if I was a pitching coach or a manager seeing that you have a 3-1 or 3-0 lead, 3 balls, 1 strike. Just throw a good fastball away. Make him earn to get on the base instead of going out and throwing a 3-1. Because at that point, it almost looks like you're worried about giving a 3-run home run up, and you're worrying about your ERA instead of trying to get an out.
Well, if you look at this inning so far, I mean, they struck out Marlon as the first hitter, but really going to a lot of off-speed pitches in this inning, and they really haven't been forced to change. And why they're making adjustments without need be, I'm not sure. Usually you wait till you're forced to make that change.
Check swing, that'll roll foul, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Yeah, he's kind of discarded the fastball in this inning, for the most part, isn't he? It's been mostly changeups, curveballs.
He threw 2 fastballs to Dominic, and that's it. Everything else has been off speed. Up until this point, I really enjoyed how they've called that game. This game. Reckers called it, and Jacob has executed it.
Ground ball foul past Pete Buchanan. And it's 1-2. Strikeouts for DeGrom as he gets Will Nieves for the second time, and that'll bring Reed Brignac to the plate. Well, the soft stuff worked here with Will Nieves.
Yeah, here's the pitch he was looking for previous within 3-1 count. He throws it right here where he's ahead, and Will's just swings through it, but he's throwing that off of his fastball, and you can see how it got Will out in front.
Brignac struck out his first time up, and it's 1 ball and no strikes.
Uh-oh.
And here comes the trainer, Ray Ramirez. Terry Collins. All right, now I noticed that his fastball this inning, when he has thrown it, was at 91.
But it almost also looked like his last pitch, if he lost his balance, or that's what it was. Almost looked like he was
turned his ankle or something.
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
Well, they let him throw a couple pitches here. It may just be one. It's almost as if there was something in his hip or his back or something. He never stumbled. So the triumvirate heads back to the dugout, and it looks like he'll continue. It's 1 ball and no strikes to Reed Brignac. Carlos Torres is stretching out his legs out there in the bullpen. He threw last night for the Mets, and then again so did everybody else.
I'm sure Terry Collins isn't real excited about this right here. If it ends up being an injury, may see some more new faces in the bullpen tomorrow.
Brown leads off first. At the 2-0 pitch. Fouled away, 2-1. And Worthen, the pitching coach for the Mets. Brown goes. Pitch is taken low. The throw to second base is in plenty. Oh, safe at second base. Throw is in plenty of time, and Dominic sort of did a little dolphin as he was flipping on the dirt. Put his hand in and missed the tag. Terry Collins will go out and chat with Doug Eddings as they look at that one inside. Here's the turn. There it is. Looking into the dugout. And the throw was there in plenty of time to get Dominic Brown. And they're going to review it. So Eddings and Brian O'Nora will both come in and take a look at this. This is our first look at the replay. Dominic does a good job of eluding. He's out.
He's out.
I mean, I think he is. It looked like he brushed the jersey right in the neck. He eluded the tag initially. That looks like it's a definitive view right there. The Mets are actually coming off the field. They're basically making the decision for the umpires. They're all coming off the field. And Brian O'Nora's saying, no, go back. Well, this would be just comical if they have to come back onto the field. But I don't think they're going to.
Pitcher get his 8 warm-up pitches if they come back on the field.
So they discuss, yeah. And he is out at second base. I mean, we've seen a couple of firsts with this weekend. Ryan Sandberg going out to argue and then just turned around as soon as he got out there. And this call is overturned as we go to the 6th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. Is closing the door with confidence in 2014. After a bump of the road on the 3rd day of the season, the last man out of the bullpen for the Phils has turned out the lights on opponents. Through the first 2 months, Papelbon has been in complete control. There were plenty of questions about the effectiveness of Jonathan's pitches entering this season. He has not only been effective, but efficient as well, closing games in 1-2-3 fashion. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Well, Dominic Brown tried to steal to finish up the bottom of the 5th inning. He didn't anticipate that he would finish up the bottom of the 5th inning, but he was thrown out. Terry Collins decided to review it. And before the umpires even came up with their decision, the Mets were off the field, which Brian O'Nora was not happy about. O'Nora went and talked to Terry Collins in between innings and said, listen, you can't do that. And Terry said, all right, I got it. All right, all right. I mean, there's, you know, the call stood there. I mean, I'm sorry, the call was overturned there. You can see that he tagged him, but sometimes if it's inconclusive, you know, the umpires up in New York that are looking at it, they may not see the same thing that we're even seeing or make the decision that we even make. That was just a 51-second review. We've had 2 of the faster ones on this homestand, 55 and 51 seconds.
It was really about 35 seconds because the players made up the decision.
0-1 to Granderson. And he hooks that one to right field, and Marlon Byrd makes a basket catch. Not an easy play at all. That ball was scorched. It was a sinking line drive. Phillies have made some very good plays in this game, and Marlins made 2 of them.
The Marlins made a couple nice plays. Ryan Howard made a nice diving catch. Chase Utley made a nice diving catch, and Jimmy Rollins made a very nice play on a ball that was spinning away from him deep in the hole. So they've done very well defensively today.
Here's Bobby Abreu, who's 1 for 2. He singled homer run his first time up, flied out to left his last time. Ball and 1 strike. And he serves that one to left center field. It'll be in for a base hit. Dominic Brown will cut it off. Abreu's on his way to second. Here's the throw by Dominic. It's offline. Utley made a nice attempt to wrap around the tag. And Bobby Abreu has his 6th double of the season, and he's 2 for 3. Well, they said in spring training he could still hit.
That's a pretty good pitch, too, that he laces in left center field. And I think off the bat he realized he's got a potential double, and he ran pretty hard. And not that it was an easy double, but he got in there.
And now Lucas Duda, who's 1 for 2. He doubled a home run his first time up, popped out his last time up to Brignac. Phillies have not shown a whole lot of signs of life offensively, but it is only a 3-0 game. The responsibility is on the shoulders of Kendrick to try to keep it at a 3-run game. Two and 0. And now they're going to walk Duda to face Anthony Recker, who is 0 for 2 with a couple strikeouts. And there's ball 4. Recker's coming up. Let's check in with Murph with the Major League Notebook. Murph.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Well, stop me if you've heard this before. Mark Teixeira is hurting again. He left today's game with soreness in his wrist. The Yankees first baseman missed time earlier this year for the same reason. And, of course, that's what ended his season a year ago when he had surgery on that wrist. And a debut happening in Major League Baseball today. Cardinals top prospect Oscar Taveras. He's just 21 years old, called up by the Cardinals today. They were trying to downplay it, but the young man stepped up in his second at bat and hit a home run. It is 1-0 Cardinals. That game is in a rain delay right now in the 7th inning. They say he's the best prospect for them since Albert Pujols. That is certainly high praise. And guys, the Major League Notebook, of course, is brought to you by NYN at Mercy University. And I am surrounded by the young alumni, the Alumni Association from Gwinnett Mercy University. We're having a good time up in section 303 today.
All you got to do is show up if you're from Gwinnett Mercy University. Murph's going to come over.
That's correct. That's true.
All right, Murph, we appreciate that.
You got it.
That is high praise, though, to say that he's the best prospect since Albert Pujols, considering all of the young players that they've had since Pujols. Anthony Recker takes outside. It's 2 balls and no strikes. He's a big kid, by the way. I don't know if you guys have seen him, Taveras. He's a big kid.
Bigger than Pujols?
I think he's no, not bigger than Pujols. And I can't imagine as good as Pujols. 2-0 pitch to Recker. Swing and a miss. 2-1. Tejada's on deck. He's got 2 hits today. The A-base, I believe, wanted that pitch on the outside part of the play, but it was off the outside part. So at a Major League scoreboard, Freddie Freeman has a couple RBIs. The Braves are shutting out the Marlins 3-0. That game is only in the top of the 3rd. Braves lead the Marlins by a game here in the National League East. Washington 2 games back. And the Phillies and the Mets 4 games back. Atta boy. Out toward right field. Marlon Byrd on the run. And he makes the catch. That ball kind of died. He was able to track it down. MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service, is celebrating 12 years. Join the millions of subscribers. Watch every out-of-market game live in true HD on over 400 devices. Visit Phillies.com for details. Fanatic made his presence known in a suite just a moment ago, and now is posing for some photos. Tejada hit a home run his last time up. It was his first home run in 552 at bats. He is now 8 for his last 17. Ben Revere hit the home run the other night. That was his first in over 1,400 at bats, and then they went down on the list, and Tejada was close to the top of that list. Outside with a cutter.
Well, you can see Nieves sitting away for a low curveball, and he kind of hangs it down and in, and he deposits to left field. Now we've been talking how important it is to hit that target.
Off the end of the bat. It's not up there that high, and Marlin tried to get to the spot, but it was just over the railing. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. So Abreu goes back to second. Duda goes back to first. Ground ball toward third, a foul ball, and it's 1-2. All right, so Kyle's ahead, 1 ball and 2 strikes. He's about to throw his 99th pitch of the day. Now, this is a big one. You anticipate that the Phillies will show some life offensively. They trailed it by 3 last night, and they wound up taking the lead 4-3. They didn't win the game until the 14th inning, but they were still down 3-0. They are a disagreement right now with Marvin Hudson, the home plate umpire, in a couple pitches. A couple of times Nieves was like, "That a boy, that's a good pitch," and he's just not getting it. Hudson, the veteran umpire, behind the plate. Brian Onur, the crew chief, at first. Try to change up this time, and it was a little high. So this is turning out to be a 20-pitch inning. Well, the runners will be off here. The pitcher is due up next. You never want to load the bases up here, but you don't want to really give in to Tejada, I would think.
And that's probably the reason why they've not had the little meeting, just to be on the same page of not going to give a sign, this is what we're going to throw, and let's go after him.
Runners go, and the pitch is lined through the hole on the left side of base hit. Abreu is around third, heading for home. The throw is not in time, and the runners both move up. And it's now a 4-0 Mets lead. there are runners on second and third here in the 6th inning. So the second RBI of the day for Tejada. He's 3 for 3.
Tejada gets a pretty good swing, and the sinker's down. But pulls it through the middle of the infield. The runner's moving. Abreu kind of scores easy, and the throw goes to home, and Tejada moves up to second base. Now you got second and third with the pitcher up.
Well, now DeGrom, who's 0 for 1, he sacrificed his first time up. 4 for 7 now on the year. Runners lead off second and third. Curveball high. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Nothing going on in the Phillies bullpen at this point. Kendrick is due to bat second at the bottom of the 6th. That'll be out of play. One ball and 1 strike. Foul tip, and it's 1-2. Actually, foul ball. It popped out of the glove to Will Nieves. Play by Nieves to keep the runner over at third. This is a very similar outing that Kyle had 2 starts ago against the Miami Marlins. A little more aggressive in his last outing against the Rockies. Not as aggressive in this outing here against the New York Mets.
They put a couple hits together. You almost sense that he's lost at times in what he's trying to do.
It's side 3-2.
And he's making it hard on himself. He's throwing a lot of pitches, a lot of balls off the plate. Just making this day a little more difficult for himself. He's the 10th guy he's facing.
And there's ball 4. So that loads the bases. He walks the pitcher. Mario Hollins is throwing in the bullpen for the Phillies, but he just got up. I don't know how ready he is. Nieves is going to buy some time. McClure is now coming out, so they're not going to make a switch here, but they're still going to give Hollins a chance to get himself set just in case for some reason he doesn't get young. He's got the lefty Murphy in the on deck circle. I know he's probably exasperated on a couple of the pitches that Marvin Hudson didn't give him either. But
I think he's probably a little more bemused than he is exasperated.
Well, a quick conversation. Chris Young will bat for the 4th time. He's 1 for 3. Singled his first time up and scored. Drops the curveball in. It's 0-1. Kyle's last 6 starts against the Mets, he has a 4-1 record. The Phillies, meanwhile, are 5-1 during that time. Names have changed, but he has faced these guys a lot. 8 wins, 8 losses during his big league career. One away, 1 ball and 1 strike.
And you see, I mean, just we're watching. Granted, there's guys on base and it's tense, but the pace between pitches, there is none. You know, there's no tempo here. There's no rhythm. Even to start an inning, there's no rhythm. When he's right, he's got a good rhythm.
There's a cutter. That was a good pitch there. It's 1-2. With the bases loaded, Duda at third, Tejada's at second, DeGrom is at first. I guess the question is, how do you get that rhythm back?
You got to go out and pitch, and you got to go pitch with an aggression, and just go get it instead of wait for it to come to you.
2-2.
And you know, watching some of these pitches, he might be a little mechanically off. You know, trying to watch his follow through, and sometimes he's not consistent with his follow where he's ending up. I mean, I'm sensing there's a balance issue here.
Is it too mechanical?
You can get, you know, I think sometimes you can just get in your own way. Thinking, you know, stop thinking and just go out and pitch and compete.
And now the 2-2 pitch from Kendrick. Well, the runners will be off. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs. Here in the top of the 6th inning, a run is in for the Mets.
I mean, and Jamie just made a great point about just go out there and pitch. That is what you do when you walk over the white lines or you step in the batter's box. You stop thinking about so much mechanically, and you just get in and see the ball, and you pitch the ball.
Well, the runners go. The 3-2 is swung on and missed. He got it. A 92-mile-an-hour fastball on the side is retired. A run does score for the Mets to make it 4-0. The Mets leave them loaded, middle of the 6th inning. It's the Mets 4, the Phillies 0. Valley Honda. Visit your local Delaware Valley Honda dealer or shop honda.com. By McDonald's. Any size hot or iced coffee is just $1. McDonald's. I'm loving it. And by Budweiser. Here's to Budweiser. Here's to baseball. And by AT&T. Mobilizing your worlds. Last of the 6th inning. It's 4-0 Mets. It'll be Reed Brignac, the pitcher spot, and you see Tony Gwynn's already out there at the top of the order. Phillies trail at 4-0. They haven't really managed a whole lot against DeGrom, just the one hit by Utley. So Brignac will lead it off. Brignac 3 for 11 on the year. Struck out his first time up, and then he takes a strike. It's 0-1. Darren Ruff also waiting. He's an option against a left-hander or even against a righty later on. They'll go with Gwynn, it looks like, though, at least to start. Maybe they'll change it if Brignac gets on, and they'll bring Ruff up for a guy that might pop it out of the ballpark. Be a cool feeling for Brignac to get that hit last night, Matt. I mean, not getting a chance to play a whole lot. Basically has been a bat off the bench, but got a start yesterday, but he's able to contribute.
And I like what he said afterwards. It's just, he's going out there trying to have some fun, staying positive, getting his work done in the cage, and if it comes across that he's going to play, he's going to go out there and try to help the team succeed.
Well, he's down on strikes for the second time today. That's 9 strikeouts for DeGrom. Sunday, June 15th, when the Phillies take on the Chicago Cubs. It's Father's Appreciation Day, and Chevrolet will give out the free Phillies fedora. That is not the fedora right there for men 15 and older. Order your tickets now by going to Phillies.com. That is the fedora. That is not the fedora that they're giving out. They've already given that one out. That was StubHub Mother's Appreciation Day. That is closer to the fedora.
No and no.
I've worn the one on the right, the straw one, the Phillies logo.
I'd like to see you in a hat like that. I think that would be a good look for you.
It felt like my head was too big for it, and I put it on. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Is that out by your pool in your backyard?
Yeah.
Not out publicly.
No, not out. No, I wore playing golf one day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was supposed to wear a hat. You know, now that I don't know if you guys know this or not, but I've lost just about all of my hair.
I haven't noticed.
Yeah. So wear a hat when I'm out playing golf. You know, I got to keep it. Matt knows. Got to keep your head protected. So now I just go with a good old baseball cap, good old golf hat. Nothing strong.
If you keep it in the fairway, you don't have to be out of the cart much. You don't need a hat. But if you're looking for your ball a lot, then you need a hat.
That's not true. You're under shadows from the trees.
I need a hat. Out of play. It's 1-2 to Gwynn. Tony trying to get on here to get something going. The Phillies have had 2 base runners, a single and a walk. Inside, 2-2. Tony also trying to snap an 0 for 12 stretch for him. And he's down on strikes. That's number 10 for Jacob DeGrom. The 25-year-old rookie reaches double digits in strikeouts here this afternoon. Quite honestly, he's done it. He's made it look very easy.
That was 95 at the bottom of the zone. Pretty good. Actually, maybe it's Jacob Cy DeGrom.
Think about these 2 kids that we've seen. I know Montero was lifted early yesterday, but he did look pretty good. Those first couple of innings before he ran into a little bit of trouble, some deep counts. DeGrom never had a 10 strikeout game in the minor leagues. So this is his first one professionally. I don't know how he didn't have one in the minor leagues. 1 ball and no strikes to Revere. He's 0 for 2. He struck out his first time up, grounded out his last time.
I will say in the minor leagues, the hitters are much more the free swinger type.
Over to first. And an easy inning for DeGrom. He retires the side in order. Phillies go down 1-2-3. Well, that puts a cap on the bottom of the 6th inning for the Phils. Couple strikeouts and a ground out, and certainly a look around the ballpark. It's a rough day for everybody, including the Fanatic and the Phillies offense. We go to the top of the 7th inning. You see Ruben Tejada 3 for 3. His first home run today since 2012. Jacob deGrom really has been the story, though. 10 strikeouts over 6 innings. And now as we go to the top of the 7th, Kyle Kendrick, who went 6. His day is done. He allowed 8 hits and 4 runs. And he'll give way to Mario Hollins, who's turned into a workhorse for the Phils. Seem to bug him at all. He's done a very nice job out of the bullpen. His ERA at 3.32. 1-1. Opposition hitting just 194 against him. And it's 3 balls and no strikes.
Wow.
He's just not calling that pitch, and it's a strike on most days. These lucky fans are today's Citizens 7. They will receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Good banking is simple, clear, and personal. That's helping you bank better. Citizens Bank, good banking is good citizenship. I mean, Marvin Hudson certainly hasn't been the problem here today, but there have been some pitches that have been a little above the belt that he's let go by. David Wright takes a strike. It's 0-1. Phillies will finish up this homestand on Monday night and then head to Washington to take on the Nationals. Nationals are wondering if they're going to get Ryan Zimmerman back by Tuesday. If they do, how about the story about him playing left field during this rehab assignments? There's a chance he comes back to play left field for the Nationals. Line drive, base hit for Wright into right field. Murphy's on his way to third. He'll get there, and that'll put runners on first and third. So David Wright, which is his second hit of this series. Yeah, the Nationals' thought is that with Bryce Harper out until July, they have enough infielders. They don't feel as comfortable in the outfield. So if they move Zimmerman to left field, they can keep Franzen and Rendon at third base. And maybe give Zimmerman a chance to play a little left field, play a little third base, and he might even play a little first base, they said.
I wonder if it all comes down to with his form of throwing and getting in the outfield and playing that long toss and not worrying about short arming the ball across the infield. It might take some of that tone off that injury stuff off his elbow and shoulder.
Phillies have the infield in. Granderson takes outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Granderson's 0 for 3. 0 for 8 this series. He has walked 4 times. Ball gets away from the A base. Here comes Murphy. He's trying to score. The throw to the plate. He is out at home plate. And David Wright will go up to second base. That was a good play by both the A base and Hollins. The A base to find it and make a clean throw. It's not always an easy throw.
Slider in the dirt, and a little hesitation by Murphy caused him to not be able to get there, but Nieves did a very nice job of getting that ball and turning and hitting Hollins on a perfect throw. No need to slide either.
And credit Hollins for being there.
Yep.
Waiting for the throw.
Yeah, a lot of times that throw will be up, over. It was right there. Now, he had time if he had to reach up and still come back, but to put it right on the money like that is a big deal.
That's a play that's practiced in spring training during the pitcher's PFPs. So that's good. Good to see that play work.
2-1 to Granderson, and Granderson hits it foul. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
It's not often you get to score a play 2-1.
And as a base runner, that's also one of the hardest balls to read in the dirt, because you can't determine how far it gets away from the circle or on the dirt onto the grass. That's where it's very important to have your hitter right away tell you yes or no.
Yeah, you can see that just by his hesitation. Two balls, 2 strikes. Every time the Phillies pitchers retire the opposition 1-2-3, Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Outside 3-2.
And on the other side of that play, you're always taught as a base runner that your weight should be on your right foot as the ball is getting into the hitting area, right, Matt? That way you can, adjust from there. Murphy looked like he was kind of evenly distributed, not sure what to do. Because if you want to eventually advance, you just let your momentum carry you forward. Here's getting his lead. You're supposed to get into a secondary lead. Kind of hop. It wasn't really what I think is normally taught.
And ball 4, so runners on first and second with 1 out. You ever want to see how to take a secondary lead? All you got to do is follow Chase Utley around, particularly from third base. There's nobody that does it better.
There's a lot of things you could follow Chase Utley around watching.
Even the way he goes back to third base. He goes back on the infield grass side of the third base line. Here's Bobby Abreu. He is 2 for 3. Bobby last night stole his 400th base, so picked up another double here today. So for Abreu, he has 200 home runs, more than 200 home runs, but more than 200 home runs, more than 1,200 walks, more than 400 stolen bases. Actually, he has 400 even. He's one of 4 players in baseball history to do that. Bobby Abreu, Barry Bonds, Ricky Henderson, and Joe Morgan. Those are the 4. Pitch is coming up. Bobby 4 for 8 in the series. Down the left field line, and he sprays it foul. Duda's on deck. Checked his swing. Did he go? No. This is the third base umpire, Corey Blazer. It did look as if he held. It was awfully close. There was some intent there. Jeff Madship's up and throwing in the pen. Bobby's in one of those modes right now where it just seemed to be tough to strike him out. I mean, he's fouling everything off. This will be the 7th pitch of this at bat. Got an idea how you get him out here, Jamie?
Something 3-2 here. You got to throw a strike. He's probably not going to chase too much off the plate. How about a slider down the middle, down below the zone, like that, right there.
Perfect spot. Yep, 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and there are 2 outs. You finally get him out in a tough spot. There were 2 away. Duda's coming up.
Right to the glove. You just kept thinking, I'm going to get something in. I'm going to get something in. Just never got it.
Well, after that 8th pitch at bat, Duda, whose RBI double, popped out to third, walked intentionally, will be the hitter with runners on first and second. They start him off with a slider up and away. It's 1-0.
Tell you what, the game is way easier up here than it is down there. I will say that. You have time to think. You get to see, you see things pretty well up here. Down there, it's a lot more difficult. You really have to pay attention to swings and things like that.
And it's happening fast. I mean, it's like we always say about the umpires, how those plays are tough because it happens quickly.
Really, we have a great view up here. Right behind home plate, up pretty high. You can see swings, you see check swings, you can see hitters, how they approach pitches. You can watch pitchers, how they're throwing the ball. See guys, the defense alignments. leads, guys taking, running the bases. Down on the field, you don't see what you see up here.
In football, they have the coordinators sometimes up in the booth. In baseball, everybody's down on the field.
It could help coaches if they sat up here, but it's hard to relay things back down to the dugout.
Right.
And if you're down in the dugout, a lot of the game is taught, managed, and spoken because of instincts. You speak on what you see and what you feel.
1 ball and 1 strike. The ball is hit toward third, and Brignac will just dance a little bit and then finally apply the tag. And the side is retired. No runs. 1 hit and 2 men left. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. Time to stretch here in Philadelphia. For nothing as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. A reminder that the Phillies Baseball Academy is open for boys and girls aged 6 to 14. It's baseball and softball. You get professional coaching and skill development from Phillies players, coaches, and Baseball Academy instructors. For more information, call 610-520-3400 or go to philliescamps.com for more information. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. And it'll be Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley, Ryan Howard to face Jacob deGrom, who has struck out 10 through 6 innings. The first pitch to Rollins is taken for a ball, 1-0. That one is spun out towards second, and they'll get into center field, a base hit for Rollins. So Rollins now 2,224. Boy, the second hit of the day. Chase Utley, who had the only other hit, will be the hitter. There you go. Jimmy is 10 away from Schmidt. A lot of moving around going on in the Mets bullpen. He's at 88 pitches. I mean, it's been pretty comfortable for him.
Yeah, it's been an easy day's work. Phillies have not put any pressure on him.
Daisuke Matsuzaka, who seemingly can throw every day, is warming up for the Mets at this point with Josh Edgin. 1 ball and no strikes to Utley.
I just kind of find it very interesting that you get in the bottom of the 7th inning and he's throwing 89 pitches, basically 3s to the game so far, and then all of a sudden that lead hitter gets on and they kind of lose that trust for the young kid on the mound.
Well, rightly so. He hasn't really been in too many of these situations at this level. And they want him to leave with a good taste in his mouth. You want him, with the younger guys, I think you're really trying to build confidence with them.
Well, he's had confidence in it. I mean, in his sixth, what is it? He's gone 6 or more innings, and he's had 3 or fewer runs against him in those outings. So he's got in those situations where he's had some runners on, but it's just you got to learn off this. And to me, you got to build off this. I know it's a 4-0 game. I don't know if I'm a young kid and I'm on the mound and I know I'm going pretty good, throwing strike after strike and striking a lot of guys out, and all of a sudden that first guy gets on and the bullpen goes. You start kind of doubt yourself and maybe start trying to do some more stuff.
I would agree with that. I would totally agree with that. But I don't know that's how the game is run nowadays. I think you and I come from a different school.
True.
And the first letter is O and the second letter is L and the last letter is D. Old school.
After the meeting on the mound, it's 1 ball and no strikes. Utley soaking in the shadows around home plate. Outside 2-0. This is a tough time to hit as you creep closer to 6 o'clock in the East Coast. It's about 5:35 right now.
And the last thing you want to see here is a pitcher start nibbling. And after he's had total control of the game.
All 3 pitches have basically been in the same spot. The first one might have been a little higher. And now it's 3-0. Phillies down 4-0. They've had just 2 hits here this afternoon. Ryan Howard's on deck. Ball 4, 2 on. Time now for our Hyundai defensive plays of the game. One thing the Phillies have done today, they have definitely played defense.
Yeah, they really have. And starts offense, Marlon Bird against David Wright, going to his right to make a very nice diving catch. That led Young into second base. Ryan Howard on a Berkey line drive, 1 step to his left, and makes a very nice catch. And then David Wright makes a very nice play as well off Kendrick, going to his right. And it's 1 hopper to first baseman. That is your Hyundai defensive plays of the game.
All right, so 2 on, nobody out. Ryan Howard is the batter. Howard is 0 for 2. He has struck out and he's fly to right. So he's down by 4. Trying to get back in this one here in the bottom of the 7th. There's kind of a hanger right there. And it's 0-1. Dangerous pitch. DeGrom has struck out 10. He's allowed just the 4 base runners, 2 hits and 2 walks. 1 hit and 1 walk here in this inning.
I'm sure Terry Collins realizes too that a 4-run lead is not a real big lead in this ballpark.
In the air to left field. Going back out of his Granderson. Back toward the warning track to the wall. It is gone! 3-run opposite field home run for Ryan Howard. And the Phillies are on the board, and they're also back in this game. Career RBIs for Ryan Howard. The fewest number of games played to reach 1,000 RBIs in baseball. He goes the opposite way. The home run was his 10th. He now has 37 runs batted in. I think he may have known it. He was semi-sure it was out. Well, they're putting the congratulations Ryan Howard on the board, and he comes out for the curtain call. And now it's time for the next 1,000. And Donald Butler of Philadelphia, you've just won $100 thanks to the McDonald's home run jackpot. One of 4 Phillies to reach 1,000 RBIs in a Phil's uniform. Marlon Bird fouls it back. One ball, one strike. That ended an 0 for 13 slump for Howard, too. Got some milestones for this core group that they're hitting here in 2014. Rollins hit his 200th home run. Will eventually become the Phillies' all-time hit leader in this season. Howard 1,000 RBIs. Chase Utley's 25 hits away from 1,500 for his career.
Papelbon 299 saves.
Yeah. Probably all would trade it all for another chance to get to the postseason. Two balls and 2 strikes to Bird. Outside 3-2. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Phils are trying to ride the wave. And a strikeout number 11 for DeGrom. And there's the first out, and that's going to be it for him. They're going to go to the bullpen. Terry Collins has just hopped out of the dugout. So it's a 1-run lead for New York here in the bottom of the 7th inning. A brand new ball game. They'll bring in the left-hander, I would assume, to face Dominic Brown. Josh Edgin is already heading down the stairs. Yeah, we've got a pitching change. Phillies have made it a 4-3 game. We'll be back right after this. Three runs in this inning on a 3-run home run by Ryan Howard. Jacob deGrom, though, 11 strikeouts here today. He leads with the 1-run lead early on. I mean, he was as electric as we've seen this year for an opposing pitcher.
Yeah, and a lot of it was with the fastball. Once he started to establish that fastball, then there you go. You got a change-up, another change-up, another change-up. The breaking ball right here. Really showed some really good composure. Really beat up the bottom of the strike zone, as you saw right there. And he ends it right there with the fastball. And one mistake right there with the breaking ball. He left up in the zone, and Ryan deposited in the left center field.
And Ryan Howard picked up his 1,000th RBI with that home run. He was 3 shy coming in. Seems only appropriate that Rollins and Utley were on the base paths for Ryan Howard with that 3-run home run to reach that milestone. Dominic Brown is the batter against left-hander Josh Edgin. And a strike to Dominic Brown. By the way, we also forgot Cole Hamels' 100th win. Part of the milestones that the Phillies players have reached or will reach here in 2014. It's been a remarkable run for this core group. 1 ball and 1 strike. Edgin, 8th ball game. An ERA of 2.08. Lefty's hitting only .091 against him. One ball and 2 strikes. Ryan Sandberg opting to stay with Brown here. Instead of having Darren Ruff pinch hit. It's all part of what he talked about. He said he feels they have to get Brown going against lefties and righties. 2-2. And that one's out toward left field. Granderson makes the catch. Another 2 outs. Well, it's time now for our Jeep Stump the Fans trivia quiz answer. All right, guys, here's the question one more time. What team did Mets pitcher Bartolo Colon start his MLB career with in 1997?
Cleveland Indians.
Cleveland Indians are correct. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. And the other part of the story, Colon was traded to the Montreal Expos for Brandon Phillips, who's not here, Grady Sizemore, who's not here, and
Cliff
Lee, who is here. Terry Collins out to the mound. He's going to make a double switch. Edgin will check out. Bobby Abreu will also check out. 2 outs here at the bottom of the 7th in a 1-run game. Three to the New York Mets. We have a pitching change here at Citizens Bank Park. Hey, as promised earlier in the game, we have the AT&T fan photo of the game. Now this one comes from Suzanne who was all bundled up one day here at the ballpark. There have been a lot of days like that. Soaking into Phillies game. You can send your photo to hashtag #PhillyFanPhoto, or tweet your photo, I should say, to hashtag #PhillyFanPhoto for a chance to be shown in an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT&T. Daisuke Matsuzaka will be the new pitcher for the Mets at his 17th ball game, and he'll face Reed Brignac, or excuse me, Will Nieves, with 2 outs and nobody on. Ryan Howard's 3-run home run has made this a 1-run game. Eric Campbell takes over in left field, and Granderson moves to right field, so a double switch for New York. Nieves is 0 for 2. He's 0 for his last 9.
Sure, Will's happy to see DeGrom leave the game, but I have a feeling he's going to see some more breaking balls.
Well, he sees a high one right there. Almost looked like a cutter. I guess they just listed it as a fastball, but it was up. 0-1. Off the end of the bat, Murphy bobbles it twice, and Nieves is safe. 7th error of the year for Daniel Murphy. He just kept going farther and farther out onto the outfield grass. Even at that point, when he tried to pick it up the second time, he still had a chance. Well, maybe the Phillies have the door open again thanks to an error by a second baseman like Rutledge the other night when they won the game in the bottom of the 9th inning. Reed Brignac is the hitter. Darren Ruff is out on deck. 1 ball and no strikes to Brignac. Foul ball, and it's 1-2. Upstairs, 2-2. Breaking ball and a call, strike 3. Phillies retired here in the 7th inning, but not before they pulled to within 1 on a 3-run home run by Ryan Howard. DeGrom's day is done. Howard, maybe he's just woken up the Phillies offense here this afternoon. An opposite field shot, his 1,000th career RBI, and it is a one-run game. Get to your local Nissan store for the ride of your life. Save big today. Buy Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. And buy Chevrolet. Visit your local dealer at ChevyDealer.com. Oh, this act never gets old. The fanatic having an altercation with a Mets fan. He decides to douse him with a little popcorn. Here we go, boys, in slow-mo. Ready? Whoop. Well, the fans were buying into it, too. There was a whole shtick going on into the dugout. And that was the culmination of it. Well, we now go to the top of the 8th inning. And Jake Diekman will face Anthony Recker, Ruben Tejada, and Eric Campbell. Those were the scheduled hitters for the Mets. Campbell came out as a part of a double switch. That's why he's due to bat third. Game has totally changed its complexion. They had Jeff Manship warming up, but now that it's a one-run game, Phillies figure they'll keep it at a one-run game and try to get their offense to push some more runs across the plate. Kyle Kendrick went 6 innings. He allowed 4 runs. He went up striking out 5 this afternoon. But he scattered 8 base hits. Two balls, 1 strike to Recker. He's 0 for 3. Toward right center field. Marlon Byrd is there, and there's one down here in the top of the 8th. Reminder, Dollar Dog Night is Monday, June 23rd. The next one, the Hatfield Dollar Dog Night here at Citizens Bank Park. The Phillies take on the Marlins. Tickets are available for that ball game and for every other game, including tomorrow and Monday's game here at Citizens Bank Park by going to Phillies.com. One away. Ruben Tejada's the batter. Today we officially turn the page on the month of May 2014. And it was on this day 4 years ago where Jamie Moyer won his 250th career ball game. Did you know that when you woke up this morning, Jamie? I know you're not tied into numbers or anything like that.
No, I didn't. I picked up my phone and I saw a tweet. That was the beginning. Yep. And then Matt reminded me when we got to the ballpark.
1 ball or 2 balls and no strikes. All right, what do you remember about that night? What do you remember about the game? What do you remember about the preparation for it? All that kind of stuff.
Well, I know my preparation was normal. I never remember it was against the Nationals. It was here, if I'm not mistaken. And I want to say it might have been a Sunday day game. I feel like it was. I feel like we wore those the uniforms that they have on right now.
The ones that they wear during the afternoon?
Yeah. I feel like that. That's
3 balls and 1 strike.
It's a fun time. I do know that.
Well, it's a heck of a milestone considering everything that you went through too to get to that point.
And after the game, my teammates did a toast for me, and the guy sitting to my left was the ringleader of that, Mr. Matt Stairs.
You gave the toast?
I did.
Do you have a plan? Do you have a speech plan, or just go right off the top of your head?
Right off the top of the head. It was, to me, I have never seen someone win 250 games. So it was, to be a guy to be a teammate, it was the proper time. And I usually bought bottles of champagne for people who make the All-Star games as well.
Well, we look back May 31st. The big donkey, Adam Dunn, goes down on strikes twice. John Lannon was the opposing pitcher. There's those unis, and obviously the fans knew, well aware that Jamie was on the doorstep picking up his 250th victory. And Bob McClure now is going to go out to the mound to talk to Jake Diekman with Eric Campbell due up. Campbell came on as part of a double switch.
It's great to see Chris Coast behind the plate.
Was that who was behind the plate?
Yes, it was.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. See, I could have thrown a trivia question at you right there.
I would have eventually gotten it if I had a few innings. I would have said Ruiz, but then again, it was a Sunday. It was a day game. He went 6 innings that day, 3 hits, 1 earned run, no walks. Nice job not putting anybody else extra on the base. 4 strikeouts.
Big strikeout day for me.
You got Adam Dunn twice, and you got John Lannon once. All right, so back to the dugout is McClure, and here's Campbell hitting .286. He has 8 hits and 28 at bats. Runner on first, 1 out here in the top of the 8th. Oh, 1-1. Campbell fouls it back. Ball and 1 strike as Diekman delivers low. Pitcher Spot will lead off the bottom of the 8th inning for the Phils. Tejada stolen 1 base so far this year. Pretty short lead over there at first. Fly ball to right. One of the easier plays today for Marlon Byrd. He's been all over the outfield. Back to first goes Tejada, and here comes Chris Young. All right, Chris Young is 1 for 4. Young was not in the original starting lineup, but Juan Lagares came up with a spasm in his rib cage, and they made the change. And then Young singled to start the game for the Mets, and then scored. 1 ball and no strikes. Afternoon game tomorrow, then a night game on Monday. Field, no swings is Brian Honora.
Beautiful day for baseball today, huh?
Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And out 2-2. Warmer temperatures are going to arrive again this week. Temperatures should be in the 80s, but today is perfect. 73 degrees, a little breeze. That's a great shot right there.
And also the view that we have. We've got a beautiful view of downtown Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's crystal clear. Days like this, that's where you love this ballpark. This ball just inside. It's 3-2. There's Center City.
That's it.
See how clear it is.
That's a view from your apartment, isn't it, Matt? Right there.
Yeah, right.
See a lot of stuff up there, Matt. And the hands out of play. And Tejada goes back to first. But he has thrown over a lot over at first base. Just sort of calling cards. There's really no play on. Tejada's not really taking a huge lead. Howard plays off the bag a few steps. Out to center field. Playable for Ben Revere. He started back. Now he'll wander in to put it away. Side is retired. No runs, no hits, and 1 man left here in the top of the 8th inning. So we'll go on to the bottom of the 8th inning. Phillies in the Mets game 3 of this series. It'll be the pitcher spot in the top of the order. Box score for today. We first take a look at the New York Mets. They have runs by Young, Murphy, and RBIs by Lucas Duda, Ruben Tejada. Bobby Abreu's out of the ball game, also had a very productive day. Meanwhile, for the Phillies, it took them a while to get their first base hit. It wasn't until the fourth, the base hit by Chase Utley. But then the 3-run home run by Ryan Howard has pulled the Phils to within one as we start the bottom of the 8th inning. And Darren Ruff will lead things off. He'll be the pinch hitter against Daisuke Matsuzaka. Matsuzaka came on to get the last out in the 7th, and man, he just got away with one because he hung a curveball, and Ruff was just a little out front.
He's looking for that curveball down, and it backed up on him, and about mid-thigh, middle in. Darren could have waited just a tick longer. Would have been around the foul pole.
0-2 as he comes back with a fastball. Darren will probably be in the lineup tomorrow with Nice on the mound. Tomorrow it's Jonathan Nice against Cole Hamels.
I honestly think these last two pitchers that are pitching for both sides have a little bit of an advantage. They've gotten to watch 3 games of hitters and pitchers.
High chopper to third. Right cuts it off on the big hop. 1 out.
And it's not that they haven't seen these guys before or anything like that, but just to kind of see how guys are swinging the bat, how they're making outs, when they're making contact, and what they're swinging at.
I guess there are things that you could pick up with, even though, man, all 3 of these games have been so different. You guys said it though, beginning of the series. By the time this is over with, some guys are going to just want to never see the other team again, and you can see it with some of the numbers that both offenses have put up. I mean, if you're David Wright, you probably don't want to see the Phillies pitchers anymore. If you're Ryan Howard or Ben Revere or Jimmy Rollins, you don't want to see the Mets pitchers anymore after this series because offense has been hard to come by. 0-2. Revere lofts it into foul territory, and not high enough for either Wright or Tejada to get to it. Toyota Major League Scoreboard, the Braves and the Marlins are now on the 7th inning. Braves lead 6-3. Tommy LaStella, who was called up earlier this week, picked up his first Major League hit in his 2nd game. Now he has his first Major League RBI. Buddy Carlisle is the right-hander. Scott Rice is the lefty. The 0-2 pitch to Revere. How many signs does this man have? He shook off everything. Amazing. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Inside, 1-2. Ben's fighting off some pitches here, trying to get on. It's a one-run game here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
I find it interesting that the defensive lineman with David Wright off the base, off the bag of third base, and giving the line. Thinking with Ben, who stays inside the ball pretty good and hits the ball to left field, I want to keep that ball immediately get in between the foul line and David Wright for a double.
And a line drive toward right center field, and that's going to split the gap and go to the wall. Revere is flying around the bases, heading to third. The throw by Murphy, not in time. A one-out double. The tying run is 90 feet away.
Well, there's your answer. He wanted to go to right center field for the triple.
But even that alignment was kind of weird, the way the outfielders were set up.
Yeah.
That was actually a pitcher's pitch right there. It was actually below the zone. Ben just stayed on it. He sees a lot of fastballs, and I think it's easy for Ben to get to the ball, easier for Ben to get to the ball down the pool. And, out of the box, he ran hard, and he turned it into a pretty easy triple.
So now the infield is in. That was a 7-pitch at bat for Revere. The infield is in for Rollins. 1 for 9 lifetime against Matsuzaka. The Phillies down by 1. Breaking ball in there. It's 0-1. Ground ball towards second. Knocked down by Murphy. 2 outs. And Terry Collins will make a double switch. Papelbon's in the bullpen. So he's going to bring in Rice, the left-hander. And he'll also make a move with one of his fielders. So the runner at third is the responsibility of Matsuzaka. We have 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th inning. They've got the tying run over at third base. They've made some adjustments. Matt Dendecker's come into the ball game, and Scott Rice has come in to pitch. So they've made a double switch. Looks like Dendecker's going to be in center field, so he's in for Campbell. Chris Young moves from center field to left field. Rice 1-1 with an ERA of 5.25. And he'll face Chase Utley. So 1 inning for Daisuke. And 1 hit, but the runner at third is still his responsibility. Didn't walk anybody, struck out 1. So it'll be lefty on lefty. Shame that Revere didn't go on contact on that ground ball. Not that you could ever envision that Murphy was going to bobble it. But if Murphy didn't bobble it, he would have been a dead duck at the plate. And then you take the opportunity away from Utley to drive in a runner at third. You brought up a good point, Matt, that you can't run into the catcher essentially, or catchers can't block the plate. It does change the whole complexion of the contact play in some ways. So Revere's still over at third, 2 outs. Phillies trying to tie this game here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Did you have any predictions for today's game? How long? Didn't you say 8.5?
I said 8.5.
Yeah, you did say 8.5. Two and 0. Tough to get a 2-out base hit with a runner in scoring position, as Utley's numbers show that.
How far David Wright is off of third base now?
Way off the line.
I mean, Ben could almost steal home. It's not the play that you would put on paper, or but you look at how far David is off the bag, and he sure could if he got good timing with the pitcher. He could get a heck of a jump and potentially steal it. But I mean, again, you put it in Chase's hands, and he's very capable of driving in that run, getting a hit here.
Taking all the way, ball 4, and now it's in the hands of Brian Howard, who already has a 3-run home run today. Howard 10 home runs, 37 runs batted in, 23 RBIs in the month of May. All right, so the Mets are talking about what they'll do if Utley takes off. Phillies only have had 2 opportunities with a runner in scoring position today, when Howard hit the home run and the one by Rollins on the ground out to Murphy. Chase Utley's telling Ben Revere, get off the bag. Come on. Wright's way off the line. I mean, he's signaling from the first base side saying, come on. He's still signaling to get a wider lead. Great. He still try to tell him to get even farther off.
Well, and I think the reason why is because if Rice decides to flip the ball over to first base to try to pick him off, then he could go with the throw into first base.
Exactly. That's exactly what he's telling him.
So now Chase is over there telling him, watch me if I come off a little farther and try to draw the throw over. As he throws to first base, Ben, you'd be ready to go home right here.
coaching from the first base bag. Howard takes low. 1-2. He doesn't think he's far enough yet. He's still trying to get him off the peg. And now a meeting on the mound. Well, we were told the Mets have a lot of meetings, particularly when Anthony Recker is catching. There are a lot of conversations, and it's true. One ball and 2 strikes to Howard. Up he goes. Pitch is swung on and missed, and the side is retired. So the Phillies threaten, but do not score. They get the tying run over to third with 1 man down, but can't push it across the plate, so we'll head to the 9th. And he will face Daniel Murphy, David Wright, and Curtis Granderson. Papelbon's 22nd game. He's 1-1, an ERA of 1.77. Papelbon's been locked at 299 saves. He hasn't really had a chance to pick up number 300. Here he's just trying to keep it a 4-3 ball game, give the offense one more shot in their half of the 9th inning. So Murphy's the first one up. He's 1 for 3 today. He walked his last time up. Mario Hollins pitched a scoreless 7th inning. Jake Diekman a scoreless 8th inning. And now it's Papelbon called upon here in the 9th to try to pitch a scoreless top of the 9th inning. Now the first pitch to Murphy on the outside corner, 0-1. Kyle Kendrick went the first 6. He allowed 4 runs on 8 hits. The bullpen hasn't allowed anything since. Meanwhile, Jake DeGrom, the starting pitcher for the Mets, he went 6 1/3, and he allowed 3 runs, and he struck out 11. 0-2. Inside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. These are big spots for a closer. You know, anybody out of the bullpen when it's this tight a game is just to try to keep it at this point. You know, saves are statistically what tells the story, but sometimes you have to look deeper than that in spots like this, particularly if a team comes back and wins. Two balls, 2 strikes. Off the end of the bat, Rollins to his right. And 1 out here in the 9th inning. Immediately after the game, stay tuned for Ricky Metallico's breakdown of Kyle's performance here this afternoon, and also the rest of today's ball game on Pure Auto Insurance presents Phillies Post-Game Live. David Wright 1 for 4. And he's 2 for 15 in the series. David Wright already has 1,626 hits over his major league career. No idea what his, what the future will hold for him if he stays healthy, though. I mean, he's going to finish with an awful lot of hits.
Well, and he's just a very solid player and a very consistent player when healthy. He has an approach and he stays with it and he doesn't get away from it.
On the inside corner, great pitch right there, and it's 0-2.
And he's a pretty good mistake hitter.
Two pitch. Out of play. And it remains no balls and 2 strikes. In the dirt, 1-2. Wright is 31 years old. Swing and a miss. He got ruined that slurve, and there are 2 outs. He doesn't throw that a lot, but he throws it when it's a surprise to the hitter.
And it seems like it's always, well, it's usually with 2 strikes, he wants to go for the strikeout, and a lot of hitters are thinking they're going to start with that split finger fastball, and now all of a sudden he comes back with a very nice slurve/slider, low and leaves it low and away. But that's the key, though. When he misses low and away, and that's the most important thing.
All right, now he's facing Curtis Granderson.
Jamie, what would you call that pitch?
You can call it what you want. I mean, it's you can call it. It's not as slow as a curveball, but it's not as hard as a slider. So you're right. It's a slurve.
I think he called it that last year. Although it's way better this year than it was last year. It has more of that bite down and away compared to last season.
He's getting his fingers through, getting them over top of it, and it kind of pops out of the top of his hand.
Juris Familia warming up in the bullpen. Looks like he's going to close instead of Mejia. No balls and 2 strikes. 3-man overshift on for Granderson. The Phillies' ninth inning, Bird, Brown, Nieves are scheduled to be the hitters. Pie.
Well, I think he's thrown a lot of things better this year than he has last year. Overall, I think his velocity's back. He's getting ahead in the count. He's locating pitches. Just makes pitching a lot easier for him.
There have been more disagreements on the Phillies side than on the Mets side by far. He's been a strike a lot of the day. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
But if he throws it there again, he calls it.
And a line drive, base hit it to center field. Two-out single. I don't think Davis was showing Marvin Hudson up. He was kind of following Papelbon off the field.
It may have tailed off the plate. Will almost threw it to the center of Will's body.
Well, now he's got Matt Dendecker with a runner at first base. Trying to keep Granderson from getting into scoring position.
Got to make sure he steps. Pretty quick right there.
Yeah, he's spinning.
Yep.
As he's thrown to first base.
Brian Honora doing some house cleaning. That was more, I think, for his, just so he could see in case there was a play at first base to see where the hand is. There goes Granderson. The pitch is taken inside. The throw to second base is out at second base. It's in time. What a play by Jimmy Rollins to pick that one hopper. And the side is retired. No runs. One hit. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Terry Collins is coming out. The defense has to stay on the field. Watch it again on one hop. Looks like he got him right there. It just barely looks like he got him. They are going to review this, though, so the defense has to stay on the field. Terry Collins needed to come out quickly at the end of the inning, and he did, so the Phillies defense has to stay on the field.
Do they have to stay on? The Mets didn't. They came off.
That's very true.
Maybe the pitcher has to stay on the mound.
Well, no, they have to stay on the field in order for review to take place. Well, it's tough to tell whether he got the uniform or not. I think right here, the scoop, right?
It may be inconclusive. There. If anything, he's out or it's inconclusive.
Yeah, I think it's going to stay because of that. Like right there, I think it looks like it could go either way. I mean, it looks like he did get the uniform leg, but you freeze it right when the glove's near the pant leg, and it looks like he grazed it. So I agree with you, Jamie. I think this is it's going to stand because it's inconclusive, or they think he touched him. See, right the furthest, lowest tip of the glove, right there. So the glove bends a little bit, and he is out at second base. Brian Honora just signaled it, so now the defense can come off the field. That's great camera work right there to pick that one up and to slow it down. And it tells the story. And Curtis Granderson saying, man, I should have gone head first into that. So here we go. Brian Honora will make the call. It stands, and the Phillies have a chance. First, and he would have avoided the tag by Jimmy Rollins, but he went feet first, and the call went the Phillies' way on a very good play by Rollins to scoop that ball and to keep it down to apply the tag. So that's over with. Jonathan Papelbon did his job at the top of the ninth inning, and now we go to the bottom of the ninth inning, and the offense will face Jeurys Familia. It'll be Marlon Byrd, Dominic Brown, and Will Nieves. Nieves is the scheduled third hitter, although Ruiz has a bat in the dugout sitting on the bench. So Familia, who has one save, it'll be his opportunity instead of Mejia, who did pitch in last night's ball game, as did Familia. Familia went 1 2/3 in last night's game. Mejia suffered the loss. He allowed the unearned run to score in the 14th. All right, the key obviously to get that base runner on and then see what you can do, whether you try to manufacture the tying run. Marlon Byrd hitless in 3 at-bats, 2 for 11 now in the series. Down the right field line. This is going to be a tough play. If it's fair, it's a fair ball. It kicks up some chalk, and it'll be a ground rule double. Tying run is in scoring position. Give Brian Honora some credit. He went down. He went running down the line to make sure that he had a clear sight of where that ball was. This was close. Oh, wow, was that close.
Right on the top of the line.
Well, there he was, and he was down there. But he was able to see that the ball took a hop over out of play. So here's Dominic Brown. He's 0 for 2. And now he asks for time. Is his main job to get the run over to third here? Or is his main job to try to drive the ball and get the run in?
Both. Drive the ball to right field and get him over, and if it happens to drive it out of the ballpark, but do whatever it takes to advance Byrd to third base. If he thinks 387 to 398 left center, right center field gaps, that'll do it. He'll stay through the ball and drive the ball deep enough.
Despite Dominic's overall struggles, he's been one of the Phillies' best hitters with runners in scoring position. That's part of the reason why, even though he's hitting just a .199, he has 26 runs batted in. One ball and one strike. Outside, 2-1. Just a spectator at this point, the Mets bullpen. Phillies had not won a game when trailing after 8 innings until the Rockies game to wrap up that series. 2 balls and 1 strike to Dominic Brown. 3 balls and 1 strike. Carlos is in the on-deck circle to bat for Nieves. It's 3 balls and 1 strike to Dominic Brown. And a line drive, base hit to left field. Burns around third, heading for home. He's going to score. Dominic Brown comes through and ties this ball game up. It's a 4-4 game here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And now they go for the win. Well, you're right, Matt. Left center field, right center field will get the job done, and that's what Brown did.
Actually, very nice swing on a low fastball. Drove it to left center for a huge hit, but I really like the approach of being aggressive with the swing instead of hitting the weak fly ball to left center or left field. 27 runs batted in now for Dominic, and now Cesar Hernandez will be brought up as a pinch hitter. This is a bunting situation. They figured they were going to use Ruiz at some point anyway. Even though Nieves is a very good butter, they decide to go to Hernandez here. David Wright in on the grass at third. Look at the meeting of the minds going on right there. Larry Boa, Ryan Sandberg, Bob McClure, all with their lineup cards out. Brown leads off first. Hernandez squares. And he bunts it to the right side. That'll get the runner up to second base. Great bunt. Sacrifice is successful. The winning run is in scoring position. All the talk about the troublesome fundamentals for the Phillies. You've had yourself a very good inning right now. And last night's hero is going to get a chance to be today's hero. Bradiak had the RBI single last night to win it for the Phils in the 14th. Brown leads off second. 0-1. Figured he was geared up for a fastball, and he gave him a breaking pitch.
This is earlier today, very early today, to the base of the wall and left. That'll do it again if he puts it in that spot. No balls and 2 strikes. Chris Young is way over toward the line in left field. Brown leads off second. In the dirt, good play by Recker. The ball gets away. It changes the complexion of this inning. So Recker meets out on the mound with Familia. I have to admit, until one of the Mets broadcasters brought it up, I never really thought about it, but it is true. He goes out and he meets on the mound a lot. In this day and age, there does seem to be more of that, I think. Rally helmet. Papelbon had it on last night, and he's got it on again. Here's the 1-2 pitch coming to Brignac. Tough pitch, 2-2. Good eye. Swing and a miss, and Brignac is down on strikes. 2 away here in the 9th inning. And it's left up to Carlos Ruiz. So Ruiz will pitch in for Papelbon. It's a 4-4 game here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Papelbon has allowed just 1 earned run in his last 20 innings. Worked a scoreless top of the 9th. And the pitch to Ruiz. Low, ball 1. Carlos has had some big swings this year and in his career. Try to turn the tide from those numbers that we just put up. That hit the inside part, just wasn't the pitch that Carlos wanted. 1 ball and 1 strike. Two and 1. I think he just had an idea. I don't think he was crossed up on that pitch. It didn't look like he was crossed up on that pitch. Phillies trailed at 3-0 at one point. It's a 4-4 game. The pitch to Ruiz popped up. Foul territory. Duda into foul territory is under it, makes the catch, and the side is retired. But we will go to extra innings for his second consecutive day, thanks to the RBI single by Dominic Brown. We'll be back with the top of the 10th right after this. A delivery of the game, and it just happened at the top of the, or bottom of the 9th inning. Dominic Brown, boy, this is as clutch a hit as you're going to see. He just went with the ball toward the outer edge of the plate, toward the alley in left center field.
Yeah, and he's been doing that early on in the season, and I think he's starting to find his stroke, starting to find some timing, and it's contributions from the bottom of the lineup are really important.
One thing too to point out, which we did during the bottom of the 9th inning. Chris Young was able to cut that ball off, even though he was playing over a little bit, and that stopped Brown from getting into scoring position immediately. So that turned out to be a big play, the way the rest of the inning transpired. So we go to the top of the 10th inning. Jeff Manship will take over on a relief of Jonathan Papelbon. Manship warmed up a few times in last night's game. Ruiz is in as the catcher. Those are the only changes for the Phillies. And Matt Dendecker's the batter. He was up when Granderson was thrown out trying to steal. No balls and 2 strikes. 1-1, a 7.53 ERA. And the 0-2 pitch. Outside, 1-2. Just trying to paint the outside part of the plate. Just a little too wide with that changeup. And it's 2-2. And a call, strike 3. They kind of surprised him by tossing that fastball.
That front door sinker. A lot of the Phillies pitchers use, and can be quite effective. You see where Chooch is set up, and the ball actually runs back over to the middle of the plate. Good pitch. When they don't swing at that one.
I was going to say.
That's a good point. Here's Lucas Duda. You hope he doesn't swing at a pitch like that. Duda doubled home run his first time up. 1 ball and no strikes. Well, no concern about shadows now as we head towards 7 p.m. Eastern time here in Philadelphia. Phillies and the Mets played a 5-hour 23-minute game last night. And we're heading toward 4 hours. Swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Three-man overshift with Duda, who now asks for time. For the Phillies in the bottom of the 10th, they have the top of the order due up. Off the end of the bat, Howard in foul territory. Plenty of time to get under it. 2 outs. Don't forget, coming up, Ricky Bottalico is not in his pajamas, as he might have been last night, but he is hanging on, waiting for Phillies post-game live as he breaks down today's ball game. Kyle Kendrick's outing.
Matt still was when I got here to the ballpark this morning. He slept here on the couch. I caught him in his pajamas.
Wrecker hits one in the air to right center field. Ben Revere will give way to Marlon Byrd, and Jeff Manship has a very easy 10-pitch top of the 10th inning, and it gives the Phillies an opportunity to win it as we go to the bottom of the 10th here in Philadelphia. The Phillies will send Ben Revere to the plate to start off this home 10th inning. It'll be Revere, Rollins, and Utley. Again, Jeurys Familia will stay in the ball game. Revere tripled his last time up and was left over at third. He tripled with 1 man down. Must be cool out there in the bullpen. Trying to keep his arm warm. Looks like he's trying to keep himself warm. Also didn't want that bottle up there next to him. Ben Revere will lead it off here at the bottom of the 10th inning. First pitch is in there. It's 0-1. David Wright is in on the grass at third. Triple for Revere is his third. He has 3 triples and 1 double this year. His average at 284. They're giving him the right field line. They're not giving him the left field line the way they have it set up. Record call time. Oh, and 2. And a line drive toward right field. It'll drop in front of Granderson, and Revere's aboard. The winning run is at first. Jimmy Rollins is coming up. What about it, Murph?
Well, I'll tell you, Tommy, it's worth repeating, and you guys mentioned it, but the Phillies bullpen over the past week has been absolutely terrific. Take a look at these numbers. It's actually over the last 9 days, an ERA of 1.15. That's best in the National League in that time period. And wow, the last 2 nights, how about no earned runs in 11 innings pitched? So it has been very impressive for the bullpen. Hopefully the offense can bring it home right here in the bottom of the 10th.
It's amazing to think about where they were and where they have come from. But those are great numbers. Now Revere draws a throw. I'm always cloudy in these spots. You know, I would think that you want Rollins to bunt him up into scoring position, or do you let him swing and see if Revere can take it back? How would you guys approach this here?
Really, I mean, Jimmy's a veteran. If he's feeling that he's swinging the bat well, I mean, it'd be interesting to see.
He started to square there, it looked like.
Well, I'm to the belief that if Jimmy bunts him over,
they're going to walk
then
up.
they don't pitch to Chase.
Okay.
The Mets chess games begins, and I think anybody that comes to the plate for the Phillies can win the game. But you got to look at how you want things to work out for your, who do you want to have the opportunities for your club?
1 ball and no strikes to Rollins. Check swing. It's 2-0.
And what kind of situations do you want to put him in?
Rollins has a single today and a run scored. He scored ahead of Howard on his 3-run home run. That kind of broke the ice for the Phils. They pulled it within 1. Runner goes. Pitch is taken outside. The throw to second base on the shortstop side. Revere hangs on. He said he pushed him off. Tejada. That's a good call, an emphatic call by Doug Eddings. You cannot, as an infielder, I mean, you can do it, but you've got to be careful with how you do it. You can't do it where it looks so intentional that the umpires can see it. Oh yeah, he hooked him. Yeah, that's intentional. I think Tejada was slipping. Well, maybe not. Maybe he was just hooking him and trying to get him off the bag.
I think he went to tag him and he missed him. He went to tag him and he missed him and he hooked him by accident and pulled him off the bag, which might have been good for Ben.
3 balls and 1 strike to Rollins.
Ben might have been on the verge of coming off the bag.
I agree with you. Stolen base number 15 for Revere. Three balls, 1 strike to Rollins. The winning run is at second base here in the bottom of the 10th inning. Outside, ball 4. Terry Collins out to the mound. There's nobody warming up. This is a pep talk more than anything else. I guess if that's how you want to describe it. Phillies trailed it 3-0. And then it was 4-0. Going into the bottom of the 7th inning. Ryan Howard hit a 3-run home run to make it a 1-run game. And And then they tied it, the Phillies did, in the bottom of the 9th inning. Now the Phillies and the Mets, they've played some long ones. They've all had very different personalities, each and every game. But this will be the 4th 4-hour game or more that the Phillies and the Mets have played. It's been an honor to be part of it, boys, with you.
So is there a barbecue scheduled after the game for both teams?
Chase Utley had a word with Ryan Sandberg before he went to the batter's box. Runners on first and second. Phillies with 4 runs on 7 hits. The Mets 4 runs on 10 hits. Outside, 1-0. One ball and no strikes. Fly ball to left field, not deep. Chris Young comes in. And there's one out. And it's left for Ryan Howard and Marlon Byrd now. Howard struck out in his last at bat with a chance to win the game, or give the Phils the lead, I should say. In the 8th inning, or at least tied the game in the 8th inning. They tied it in the 9th. Ground ball right side. Murphy has it, looks for Rollins. He tags Rollins, and Howard is safe at first. Rollins, by sliding down like that, I don't know if he intentionally drew Murphy down where he would fall like that, but it certainly helped, because Howard would have been out at first base if he would have tagged him and then thrown right away. Now the winning run's at third.
No, and Jimmy didn't want to run into the tag and throw to first base, so he decided to slide, which is very smart, and try to get him off his balance. And as you see right here, Murphy tumbles over Rollins and is not able to do the double play. I mean, really, if he tags him right here, it's going to be a very easy double play. But with Jimmy heads up play and sliding, Murphy falls over, and now gives Bird to be the hero of the game.
So the runners take their lead off first and third. Howard goes, pitches low and in, 1 ball and no strikes. Marlon doubled his last time up to start the 9th inning rally.
Hey, shocker, we got another meeting. You know, I talk about Ryan taking second base right there. I like the play, because any ball that's hit deep in the hole at shortstop, he might have a chance to throw Ryan Howard at second base instead of having Marlon Byrd at first base. So now taking the base, now you have to go across the infield on any ball that's in deep in the holes. Now it's just confirmed that was meeting 27.
1 ball and no strikes to Bird. Runners lead off. Breaking ball inside, 2-0.
I do believe they're not going to give Marlin a whole lot to hit here. And take the righty-lefty matchup if need be.
Well, Marlin is a career .316 hitter against the Mets, his former team. Actually, it might be a tick higher than that even with the double today. 2 balls, no strikes. Anthony Recker goes out to the mound to talk to Familia. Oh, to be a pitching coach at times like this.
I hate to say it, but I'm going to be brutally honest. This is painful to watch this back and forth like this. Not the game, the meeting part of it.
It's 2-0 to Marlin Bird, and the pitch to him. Outside, 3-0.
And then you get that result.
I think it all goes to what you guys were saying, that they're probably going to make Dominic Brown win this game with the bases loaded. Now, if you're Bird here, it's 3-0. The runner's on second and third. You got a decision to make, too. 3-0 pitch coming. He throws him a breaking ball. It's 3-1.
Curveball, you've got to figure 3-1 curveball coming.
Well, particularly the way he's been pitching him. Runners take their lead. The 3-1 pitch coming to Marlin Bird. Fastball swung on and missed. It's 3-2. Well, so much for a curveball. Now you got all different ideas running through your head. The inning began with the leadoff single by Revere, then the walk by Rollins. Chase Utley flied to left. Fielder's choice by Howard. He went to second uncontested. And now you've got second and third with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 10th inning. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes to Marlin Bird. And he fouls it away. Revere off third, Howard off second. Howard doesn't matter. Revere's the guy that matters. It's 3-2 to Marlin Bird. Familia's set. Swing and a miss. He got him. Throw is in the dirt. Reckers finishes off the strikeout to first, and the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, and 2 men left. We'll go to the 11th inning. Here at Citizens Bank Park, it's the Mets and the Phils tied at 4. So today we've decided to go to the 11th inning in a 4-4 ball game. Phillies had a chance to win it in their half of the 10th after they got the first 2 batters aboard, but the Mets were able to work out of that jam. So now we go to the 11th.
I've got a question for you, Tom. Since we're going to all these extra frames, why don't we do another trivia question? We could have done one last night. Why don't we do one today? Or are we only prepared for one a day?
Well, we can always make one up if you'd like us to. We'll make one up. If we go to the 14th, we'll make up another one.
I can't believe you just said that.
My anticipation is that we're not going to have to make one up.
Thank you.
Here's Ruben Tejada to lead it off here in the 11th. 1 ball and no strikes. Let's see if we can think of one just to keep you busy for the time being. It'll be Tejada, and then Wilmer Flores will bat for Familia. The pitcher spot is still the 9 hole, although it wasn't for a couple innings. Buddy Carlisle's warming for the Mets. Out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Tom, who got the last hit in Exhibition Stadium in Toronto?
Well, if I do the power of deduction, I guess it would be you. No?
I'm not that old.
The last hit in Exhibition Stadium. Why don't you ask me this when we were in Toronto? I had all the people around that were living in Toronto at the time.
Well, I have
How about George Bell?
I have no idea. I just want to know if you know who it is so you can tell me.
Well, that's just silly. 2 balls and 1 strike to Tejada. Check swing. And Ryan Howard will take it on a hop one away. And now Flores. I have no idea whether Lagares is even available. If he is, then he and Darno are the last 2 guys that are available to pinch hit for the Mets. So it looks like Buddy Carlisle is going to be used by New York as he warms up in the pen. First pitch to Flores outside, 1 ball and no strikes. By the way, the answer that I gave you apparently is correct. George Bell had the last hit, and it was a walk-off home run. Gotta have a feel, boys. Gotta have a feel.
Tom, you're just a plethora of knowledge.
You're really throwing out some big words today, Jamie. There's Lagares, who is looks like he is available to pinch hit. Swinging bunt and a foul ball, 1-2.
It goes back to my educational background in Souderton and at St. Joseph's.
I was going to say you have to give St. Joseph's credit. Have to. If not, Murph will come up here and he'll shake you, right, Murph?
Actually, the word I wrote on the paper earlier that I can't figure out how to put into the game. It's an appropriate word, but I can't figure out how to put it into baseball.
Swing and a miss, and there are 2 outs.
There's a word that I learned at St. Joe from an English teacher, actually in a class. Actually, I think we were reading Beowulf.
You didn't put it in a sentence back then?
Yeah, with Beowulf, it has nothing to do with baseball.
Well, there are 2 outs. Before Matt asks you what Beowulf is, Chris Young will step in. Young is 1 for 5. There's a strike. It's 0-1. Phillies half of the 11th. It'll be Brown, the pitcher's spot, and then Brignac. The 0-1 pitch. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Phillies still have John Mayberry available. 3-1 pitch. And 3-2, a foul tip. Manship trying to get the final out here in the top of the 11th inning. Fly ball, shallow left field. Dominic Brown is there. And he makes the catch, and Jeff Manship 6 up, 6 down in relief for the Phils in the 10th and the 11th inning. And now as we go to the bottom of the 11th inning, the Phillies and the Mets tied at 4. We'll see if the Phillies offense can win it again. Did in the 9th inning to tie this ball game up with an RBI single. As we go to the bottom of the 11th inning, Buddy Carlisle, who's up from AAA, where he was 1-1 with a 1.33 ERA. Carlisle, the last time we saw him, he was with the Atlanta Braves organization. He's been all over. He's been with the Braves, the Blue Jays, the Yankees. He's been to Japan a couple of times. He's been with the Marlins, the Dodgers, the Royals. Actually, he's been to Japan twice. San Diego, Cincinnati, all in their organizations. And he's on here at the bottom of the 11th inning. Dominic Brown at the RBI single that tied it in the 9th. This is a pretty good piece of hitting right here.
Yeah, there's Marlon Bird at second base. His job is to get him over and get him in. He did both, driving the ball to left field. Very nice swing and staying down on the ball, and not just swinging at the ball, he drove through the ball and drove it with authority to left center.
Manship is out of the on-deck circle. Dominic Brown gets on. They may just let him hit and try to sacrifice. They may just let him hit anyway, the way the bullpen is. You know, we're not sure. You asked before the ball game about who's available, who's not. And they never really know, or at least publicly don't really let you know. There's nobody warming up at this point, so we're assuming Manship will stay if the Phillies don't win it here in the 11th. First pitch to Brown is over for a strike. It's 0-1. Chopper left side. Tejada throws Brown up, so Manship is going to bat. Manship had at-bats last year when he was with the Rockies. He was a starting pitcher with Colorado. For his career, he is 0 for 8. Oh, and 1. 1-2. A tapper to the left of the mound. Going to be a tough play. Carlisle makes a nice play. And there are 2 outs. That was a very good play by Buddy Carlisle. Well, we're closing in. We're not quite there yet, obviously. 376 pitches today, 464 yesterday, for a total of 840 for the last 2 games. Reed Brignac's the batter. He swings at the first pitch. A fly ball to shallow left. Dendecker calls off Young, and the Phillies go down in order in their half of the 11th inning. To the 12th we go here in Philadelphia. Buddy Carlisle's return to the big leagues results in a 1-2-3 inning. Hits for the Mets, 4 runs on 7 hits for the Phils. And as we go to the top of the 12th, Daniel Murphy will lead it off. It'll be Murphy, Wright, and Curtis Granderson. Those are the scheduled hitters. Against right-hander Jeff Manship. First pitch is outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Well, the job of a long man a lot of times goes unnoticed. Well, this is where the long man sort of steps into the spotlight. This is truly a long man's game right now. One ball and 1 strike.
And as we talked about, Tom, in our post game last night, these kinds of games are the ones that can really help build some character in a ball club. And the Phillies to come back in this game and tie it back up and extend it into extra innings. If they can come back and win this game, it's 2 games in a row. If that were to be the case, that could really be a key part of their season.
And 3 of 4, counting the Rockies game. Foul ball.
And looking back to, again, I don't want to wear out the 2008 season, but when you have a successful season like that, you really depend on your whole team to win. And you look at last night, they depended on the whole team. Today, they're depending on the whole team. And this is what it takes.
Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Murphy doesn't run. The ball goes to the on-deck circle. Well, he's got to run there if you're Daniel Murphy. I know he thought that that pitch was that he checked his swing. But, man, that ball went to the warning track. He had every chance to make it to first. It is a strikeout. Second strikeout, making third strikeout for Manship.
Well, he definitely swung at the pitch, and I agree 100%, Tom. If there's any doubt in your mind, you go to first base, and what's the worst thing they say? That he did not swing, and they bring him back. But you still have to make the effort to go to first base for it.
Well, it's also a tough day for Murphy, too. He's had a hit in his first at bat, hasn't had a hit since. So, gives him a 1 for 6, and it's a frustrating day.
Well, there was some chirping going on in the Mets dugout. David Wright stood in front of Marvin Hudson. I don't know if he was chirping at Murphy or if it was Terry Collins or Bob Guerin or Lamar Johnson. But somebody was saying some stuff. 1 ball, no strikes to Wright. Fastball in the outside corner, 1-1. Wright has 1 hit in 5 at-bats today.
When you play these long games, too, I think people can get a little testy. Unfortunately, it hasn't run over up here into the booth, though.
Boy, with Carl Graber, our statistician, I think he looks pretty content. Outside, 3-1. Manship snaps that ball back.
Although I know some people in the truck are quite hungry.
In the production cavity.
Yeah.
Over to third, a foul ball. 3-2.
Last I heard, they were looking for some Oreos.
Really, that would be what they're looking for.
That's rumor has it.
If I was that hungry, I'd probably look for something else, something a little more
health conscious.
Well, I don't know about that. A chopper up the third base line, that's foul.
How about a banana for some potassium?
I'm thinking banana here. Brignac over toward the line at third. Swing and a miss. He got it with a breaking ball. Back-to-back strikeouts for Manship. 8 up, 8 down.
I really like how Manship started that at bat right there. He really drove a fastball into David Wright and made him move his feet. And I think that potentially sets up this at bat here where he ends up finishing him off with a good breaking ball down and away.
Well, Wright has been held in check in this series. And Granderson now the batter. 0-1. Just a bit outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Almost the same spot. 2-1. That one's pulled on 1 hop to Utley. And the side is retired. Manship 9 up, 9 down. He certainly is giving the Phillies offense a chance to pull it out. Let's see if they have it in them. Ruiz will lead it off in the bottom of the 12th when we come back. Carlos Ruiz will lead it off in a 4-4 game. How about Jeff Manship? 9 up, 9 down. It's really the first extended opportunity he's had here in 2014.
Yeah, it really is, and he's finally getting a chance to extend himself, as we're seeing. But he's made a lot of good pitches here, and I think part of it has been he's had opportunities to get up in the bullpen. He's got his adrenaline going. He's sitting back down, but it's almost like getting into a game. So he's, without this only being his first appearance, he's probably already had 2 or 3 appearances in the bullpen in his mind. And he's really thrown the ball well. And this is a lot of what we saw Jeff Manship do in spring training. I know he's capable. It's just a matter of getting into the right situation. And this is the situation they brought him here for.
All right, so Carlos Ruiz will start it off. He's in the 9 hole. Takes the first pitch from Carlisle down and away. It's the first ball that Carlisle's thrown. At the 11th, he threw 6 pitches. They were all strikes. 1 ball, no strikes. Slider in there, 1-1. Carlos has had just 1 other at bat today. He fouled out to the first baseman Lucas Duda. 2 balls and 1 strike. On the outside corner, 2-2. Off the hand, spinning back toward the middle, into center field, a base hit. Well, when you're swinging good, you're going to get hits like that. And Ruiz, the last few days, has been swinging very well.
I watched Record after this ball was hit. And he just stared at Carlos all the way down the first baseline like, how did you hit that ball?
Now Ruiz is 2 for 5. A little different situation than when Rollins was up and Revere was on first base. Revere probably up there to bunt Ruiz up to second. And he bunts it in the air. My, oh my. 1 away. It's the right call to do that. It's a bunt anyway, not to bunt in the air.
They just got to remember they got to keep the barrel of the bat out in front of home plate and keep it there, and use your legs to go up and down to generate the softness of the balls that come off the bat.
And if you start the bat at the top of the strike zone, if the ball's above the bat, you take it. And you only have to work down. But if you start somewhere in the middle of the zone and have to work up, that's what you're going to get to. He had a good angle, but he had to go up to it. Again, it's a sacrifice bunt. So everybody in the ballpark knows you're going to lay it down. Fundamentals. And I like where he bunted the ball on the bat at the very end, because that really deadens the ball. The further down you go on the bat to bunt, it really deadens the ball. But you got to bunt the top half of the ball, not the bottom half.
It's 0-1 to Rollins with a runner at first. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. That will be out of play at 1-2. Rollins hits one out toward left center field. On the run is Dendecker. He'll get there. And he makes the catch. The throw quickly comes in. And there are 2 outs. Two away for Chase Utley. Reached 10 hours and counting for these last 2 ball games.
I've really enjoyed the quality time with you guys.
You say that as you're ready to whisk out of here to California tomorrow morning.
I got to check on the garden.
Well, here's Utley. Utley has walked a couple times. He's singled. And he takes a strike. It's 0-1.
And I'm out of 25-cent words, so I'll have to learn some when I go home.
They have a website for that, I think. Every morning you could probably get up and they'll probably pop up another word for you.
What's it called?
You know what? I'm just making that up. I don't know. Off the end of the bat, 0-2.
Well, there's one. I was gullible. I was very gullible and believed you.
I apologize.
Hey, I'm left-handed. I have an excuse.
I do want you, though, if you do get a word a day while you're away, I do want you to check the definition before you think about using it.
Okay. I promise you I will.
0-2 to Utley. Ruiz at first base. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 12th. Outside, 1-2.
Maybe I'll even text them to you.
In a sentence.
Oh, boy. I have to have my kids help me.
Keep your mind sharp. Down the left field line. And it slices out of play. So Ruiz will go back to first. Now the ball in the gap. I figure Ruiz is going with 2 outs. He's going on contact. The ball in the gap still might be tough to score. But this is where you look at Utley's numbers and realize 22 doubles. Granderson is so far over to the alley in right center field. If Utley can somehow pull one down the right field line, Ruiz still could put himself in position to score. I'm not saying he can, but there's a lot of room for Granderson to run the way they have it set up. And look where he is. Two and two. So now Ruiz will be off and running. 3 balls and 2 strikes and 2 outs. That was a close pitch. Runner goes, and the pitch is hit in the air to right field. Granderson will come running in. It was off the end of the bat, and the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. We've completed 12 innings here at Philadelphia, 16 the last 2 days. Fourteen innings Friday into this morning. 14th inning. Carlos Ruiz caught all 14 innings yesterday, and then he came on as a pinch hitter in the 9th inning and was ultimately put into this ball game to catch because Will Nieves was pinch hit for when Cesar Hernandez sacrificed Dominic Brown into scoring position. This game began at 3:00, after 3:05, probably around 3:08 Eastern time here in Philadelphia, and we're nearing the 8 o'clock hour. So from a day game to a night game. And Matt Dendecker will be the batter.
Could Carlos be considered the extra inning catcher?
On so many levels, yes. Now you have to wonder who the emergency catcher is. You also have to think about if you're both of these teams, if you're not going to just lean on your long man, who's available after this? The ball is spun out towards center. Easy play for Revere. 1 out. Mets and the Phillies playing consecutive 13-inning or more games against each other for the first time. I would hope so. For the first time in their history. That's been around since 1962. That's when they started playing the Phils. So, Jamie, Matt, I want to welcome you to a little baseball history today. I don't know if you were planning on it or wanting it, but you have it. Duda takes outside. It's 1-0.
Do I recall Brignac pitching in an extra inning game, possibly in Tampa?
Well, with Joe Madden, it could be possible. We can easily check that. Off the end of the bat, down the left field line, and out of play. Again, Roy Oswalt is here today. Seems appropriate that he's in Philadelphia when we have these 2 long extra inning games.
I know it won't happen, but I'd like to see the big piece on the mound.
You think he can throw enough strikes?
I think if he set his mind to it, but I don't know, it won't happen.
Brignac has never pitched in a major league game.
Okay. Just for some reason, I faintly remember.
Swing and a miss, 2-2. Matt, have you ever pitched in a major league game?
No, I did not. I warmed up and was going into the top of the 9th in 2010 with the San Diego Padres.
Why?
We were losing 9-2.
Okay.
Adrian Gonzalez hit a grand slam to make it 9-6. Now shut down.
Inside, 3-2.
You were in the hole, huh?
like it.
How about the minor leagues? Did you ever pitch in the minor leagues?
No, I did not. Drafted as a shortstop pitcher and never played short and never pitched. Good scouting.
I would have loved to see you as a shortstop.
There's the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He went after a slider. Marvin Hudson didn't need any help. Dude is arguing about it a little bit, but it looked like he went around. I mean, I know the body took it, but the bat went through the strike zone. That's just a tip of the cap to the pitch that was thrown.
A 3-2 slider down and in. And he went. If he would have made contact, he probably would have hit a pretty good double
off
somewhere.
the wall.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty obvious from even up here. 5 strikeouts for Manship. Anthony Recker, who was about to start warming up in last night's ball game for the Mets, is 0 for 5 here today. Down and away, 2-0. Manship is due up 4th for the Phils in the bottom of the 13th inning. Got a pretty good breaking pitch going right now. Carlos Torres, who pitched yesterday, warming for the Mets.
Maybe some of these guys in the Mets bullpen wish they would have just stayed here and stayed loose all night and kept throwing, so they'd be ready for today's game. So they've been getting a heck of a lot of work.
Yeah, their starter today went 6 in the 3rd. Kyle Kendrick went 6. The 2-2 pitch. Outside, 3-2.
Tell you what, it'll be interesting to watch how their bullpen goes after they leave this series with the amount of work that they've done in this series. And this series isn't even close to being over yet.
Yeah, there's a good chance you'll see. You even mentioned this, both of you did, roster moves before Monday's finale. Swing and a miss. He got him. Jeff Manship, 6 strikeouts in relief. That's a career high for him as a relief pitcher. He has set the Mets down in order for 4 consecutive innings. So here we go. Lucky number 13, Ryan Howard, Marlon Byrd, and Dominic Brown when we come back. Who helped the Phils to the victory last night because he made sure Murph was nice and warm. Decided to go the same path again today. Wandering in front of the Phillies dugout. He's got Murph's blue pullover. Murph, you didn't want it this time, huh?
Well, I don't need it, but, you know, I think Jim's onto something. So I got it, and I'm going to put it on. I mean, whatever helps. That's what we're here for. We'll do whatever we have to, Tom.
It's good, though, Murphy. You're a team player.
That's right.
We like that.
Jimmy looked very proud of himself that he thought of you for a second consecutive day.
He's a good man that way. We talked about that last night. Hey, speaking of doing whatever you have to, how about our man Danny O'Rourke, who's the manager for the Phil's equipment and umpire services, rubbing up baseballs in the last 2 days. Yesterday, 26 dozen baseballs were used. That's approximately 312 baseballs, and 21 dozen already tonight.
Wow.
That's 564 baseballs, if I did my math correctly. I was an English major, but if I did it correctly, that is a lot of baseballs over 2 games, guys.
Then we're going to have to order some more as Ryan Howard takes inside just to get the series completed.
Dan's going to have a couple blisters on those hands, I would think.
There's a lot of people behind the scenes working hard, and they work hard during a 9-inning game, but now it's extended somewhat. Here in the 13th, the 1-0 pitch to Howard, and a line drive single to center field, a base hit. He squared that one up. So a leadoff single for Ryan Howard. Attaboy, Murph. We knew you couldn't hold out. Rally Murph will do anything he can to get some runs. Phillies have played back-to-back games of 13 innings or more. One other time, back in 71, 16 innings and 13 innings. That's the last time, excuse me, against the Cardinals at the Vet. Well, with Howard on first, Marlon Byrd is the batter. Outside, 1 ball and no strikes. No doubles defense all the way around the outfield for the Mets. They leave the gap wide open in left center field for Byrd. Up high, 2-0. Rally had time in the Phillies dugout again. Three balls and no strikes. This game began. Chris Ware, who's one of the Phillies PR assistants, was getting married. His reception's almost over. Congratulations, by the way, to Chris and Angela. Very happy for those guys. There's ball 4. Runners on first and seconds. Two on, nobody out here in the bottom of the 13th inning. Dominic Brown is due up. John Mayberry's out of the on-deck circle to pinch hit for Manship. Dan Worthen out to the mound. There's nobody warming up for the Mets. So this is Carlisle's game. Meanwhile, Bastardo's warming up in the bullpen for the Phillies. There's Antonio. Marvin Hudson breaks up the conversation on the mound. One for 4 today is Brown. He had the RBI single that sent this game into extra innings. That was back in the 9th. It brought home Marlon Byrd. Howard leads off second, Byrd off first. First pitch, low strike, and it's 0-1. Dominic Brown does not have any sacrifice bunts. He's not up there to sacrifice here. He's up to win the game if he can. No balls and 1 strike. The runners take their lead in the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2. A high fastball. That may have been a cutter. It was at 87. His fastball's been sitting at about 90 for this outing. After Brown, it'll be Mayberry for Manship. And then that's it. Phillies don't have anybody left off the bench. They need an extra hitter. It'll probably be Hamels. 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2. I don't think Roberto Hernandez would be used as a hitter. He might be used as a pitcher, though. The 2-2 pitch. And that one's hit sharply to short. Tejada's got it. Flips to second for one. Over to first. A double play. 6-4-3. The winning run is over at third, but there are 2 outs. And now Manship will bat.
I don't believe Roberto will be used. It's a good thought, but he threw a bullpen early this morning.
Okay.
When I was out here, so I don't think there's tomorrow's starter, but I don't think you'd blow your tomorrow's starter in this situation.
All right, so Manship bats here instead of Mayberry with the winning run over at third. He does not have a career hit. What's the thought process here, guys? You still have a chance to win it if you send Mayberry up there.
Well, there's a few things. I mean, you have no players left in your bench, which you have to be careful with. 2, you really don't know who's available in the bullpen.
Yeah. No balls and 1 strike.
And if the starter was warming up, if he's only capable of throwing 1 inning.
Ooh.
Well, and Manship has been throwing the ball well. If this game does get extended a couple more innings, so but I mean, how far can he go? He may get another inning plus out of him. I don't know.
Well, he's behind no balls and 2 strikes with a winning run over at third here in the bottom of the 13th.
You know, after this outing today, he's done. He's down for probably 2 days.
Carlisle delivers outside, 1-2.
Yeah, you're kind of. I think both managers you're kind of in no man's land here, as far as when it comes to managing. Is there a right way, a wrong way? No, it's a gut feeling.
And now the 1-2 pitch, fouls it back.
And here, I think also it's kind of just trying to figure out with the personnel that you have left, how to utilize them to the best of their ability.
Terry Collins is looking for somebody to help. A 1-2 pitch outside, 2-2. It's Juan Lagares who's there with the gum in his mouth with Ray Ramirez, the Mets athletic trainer. I guess they're wondering if he's available or not to pinch hit. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jeff Manship, who does not have a career hit. And he chops one over the mound. Tejada near the bag, scoops it up, has trouble, and Manship looks like he hurt himself. He hurt himself running up the line. It would have been the end of the ball game because Tejada had trouble getting the ball out of his glove, but it may be the end of Manship's nights. Working hard, trying to get up the line, and then right there, it looked like something happens. And he is thrown out to finish up the bottom of the 13th inning. We go to the 14th, tied at 4. line, talking to Scott Sheridan in between innings, the athletic trainer for the Phillies. What a shame. Did such a wonderful job here tonight. He nearly won the game with his legs. Right there, Tejada has trouble getting it out of his glove.
Yeah, it would have been really interesting to see, but right there he pulls up, and he never grabbed nothing. It almost seemed like he might have cramped up a little bit in the hamstring area or somewhere, but usually someone who has a hamstring automatically grabs a hold of it, but hopefully it's nothing too serious.
So Antonio Bastardo will be used here at the top of the 14th inning. 3-2, an ERA of 3.65. Because of the injury, Bastardo, I believe, would get as much time as possible to warm up, but he's been warming up. He's been throwing in the bullpen. So we go to the top of the 14th inning. So 27 innings in 2 days, and now we go to the 14th here on this Saturday. Less than 24 hours after the Phillies and the Mets played 14. Lagares, who was scratched from this lineup today because of a sore rib, is going to be used as a pinch hitter. He'll bat seconds. Wonder how long Bastardo would be able to go, and what they would do if we went to the 15th inning, because I would think it's only, I mean, I don't know, but 1 inning for Bastardo, right? I don't know if he can go more than that.
I would believe so. I don't know. I mean, it's probably based on how he feels, but I don't know what you do after that. I mean, obviously you have to go to a position player if you have nobody else out there, right?
Right, if nobody else is available. I mean, we don't know if, let's say, DeFreitas threw 2 innings yesterday. I don't know if he's available.
He threw an inning the day before.
He threw an inning the day before. So it's going to be decision time for the managers, because we're not totally sure what guys are available and what guys aren't, based on the 14-inning game on Friday night and the fact that the Phillies have not had an off day over the last handful of days.
And they've got Torres up in their bullpen right now, so I think we'll probably see him next inning.
Yeah, because Lagares will pinch hit for Buddy Carlisle. Give Carlisle credit. He worked out of a tough jam in the 13th inning. So Bastardo's ready to go. Tejada will lead it off for the Mets. Technically, the Phillies, all they have is DeFreitas and Adams available in the bullpen if they go to one of those guys. And then the decision is, you know, what you do for another pitcher. Obviously, Hamels is scheduled to pitch tomorrow. And Roberto Hernandez is scheduled to pitch on Monday, but as Jamie said, he threw a bullpen today. Don't know how long that bullpen was. Todd is 3 for 4 in today's ball game. He had a home run back in the 4th inning. Outside, 1 ball and no strikes. Now, don't forget, Bastardo has struggled with command.
Well, hopefully he builds off of his outing yesterday. I'm sure that's what Ryan Sandberg is hoping too.
Manship left with a right quad strain.
It's kind of what I thought it was. It kind of like he grabbed his quad. I thought it was either his quad or his hip.
I thought hip, yeah. I think he would have beat it. I do. It would have been really close, but I think he would have beat it. 2-0 pitch coming to Tejada. Swings at it and fouls it away. It's 2-1.
David Buchanan also threw a bullpen this morning. They were both out there. Again, I don't know how long, but I saw them both heated up throwing.
Yeah, bullpens are not the same from start to start, right? There could be some varying as far as the number of pitches for some of them.
Bullpens nowadays, they're not what they used to be.
Here comes the 2-1 pitch. Three and 1. And ball 4. So Tejada's aboard with a leadoff walk here in the 14th. For the Mets, the first time in franchise history they have played back-to-back 5-hour or more games. But this one is 5 hours and about 10 minutes at this point. Yesterday was 5 hours and 23 minutes. So we're right on pace for what you would expect for a 14-inning game time-wise, if you consider yesterday as the precedent. So Lagares is up here. Again, he had the sore rib cage. He's going to square. And he takes low, 1-0. Overall hitting .291. Officially 5 hours 9 minutes. Oh, bunts it in the air, foul. It's 1-1. Whether he wanted to try to get out of the way, he couldn't. Oh, or get the bat out of the way, he couldn't.
Almost got his top finger.
I'm sure he's got some bees going through that top hand. He squares again, and it's 2 balls and 1 strike. And he butts it. Brignac will pick it up. Utley stays on the bag. Sacrifice is successful. 5-4 on the put out. 1 out. At the top of the order coming up. Yesterday the Phillies bullpen 7 innings, 8 strikeouts, no runs. And today they've got 7 1/3. With no runs. The bullpen hasn't allowed a hit since the 9th. And that's because Manship, who was so good today, he faced 12. He retired all 12. Now it's up to Bastardo. We've seen the Mets pitchers work out of some jams here in the extra innings. Let's see if Bastardo can do so in the 14th. Chris Young is the batter. One ball, no strikes to Chris Young. And now they'll put Young on. 3 balls and no strikes. Murphy's had a frustrating day. Let's hope it continues. Aside from his first at bat when he singled, he was punched out on strikes his last time up with a check swing.
Well, hopefully Marvin has a memory, and maybe he'll expand the zone on him a little bit.
All right, so Murphy, lefty on lefty with Bastardo. 10 balls, 3 strikes in this 14th inning. We've seen Antonio for a long time. I've never seen him have this much trouble with his command. As he said the other day, I'm just not pitching well. And he's right. When asked about it, he said, I have to figure it out. Now, last night, he figured it out, at least for the time he was out there. The runners lead off, and the pitch to Murphy. Off the hands. Out toward Rollins. Infield fly roll is called. 2 outs. And now David Wright. Wright is 1 for 6 in this afternoon's ball game. Boy, there are going to be some ugly individual stat lines after these 2 games, right? Inside with a slider, 1-0. Look at all those opportunities. And can't say that either team has really been that successful. On the inside corner, 90 on the fastball, 1 ball, 1 strike. And a line drive, base hit it to left field. Brown's getting into it quickly. Rounding third, heading for home is Tejada. The throw to the plate is offline, and the Mets take the lead here in the top of the 14th inning. An RBI single by David Wright. So a run is in for the Mets for the first time since the 6th inning.
Dominic comes in after this ball quite hard, gets himself set up. Out of his hand, the throw was offline. You could tell from up here. Never really had a chance. He might have had a chance if it was online, but with that throw being 10 feet to the inside of home plate, he had no chance.
Bob McClure out to talk to Bastardo with Granderson due up. A run is in here in the top of the 14th inning.
And at this point, I think this is a big at bat. You know, if he can get Curtis Granderson out here and keep it to 1 run, the Phillies have a chance. If they're able to add on here in any way, it's going to be difficult.
Well, Roberto Hernandez heading out to the bullpen in case the Phillies need him. He's scheduled to start Monday. He threw a bullpen today. That gives you an indication that Adams and DeFreitas unavailable for today's game. So Granderson is up with runners on first and second. There goes Young. The pitch is taken for a strike. He'll swipe third without a throw. And it's 0-1.
Now that's going to bring Ryan Howard in and force the Phillies to hold David Wright on first base.
Larry Bowa reminded everybody, hey, just be aware in case he tries to bunt.
He's going.
There he goes. Swing and a miss, 0-2, and they let him go to second. Now a base hit would pad this lead for the Mets. That's why what Jamie was saying about trying to keep him close over there at first. But he's got him buried 0-2.
You could see it too. As soon as he came set, he wanted to go.
And the pitch. Check swing. Tried the same pitch. It's 1-2.
Oh.
Everybody all right down there?
Yeah. Ball came up and the lady never moved. It hit right in the seat right beside her.
Oh.
Right below us here.
And they got it.
Well, then it ricocheted over another section, but she never moved.
Next pitch to Granderson, up and in, 3-2. Torres, you just saw him in the bullpen. It looks like he's going to be the guy that will come in the bottom of the 14th inning. Runners take their lead. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Fly ball. Center field, not deep. Revere didn't see it right away. Now he comes in, winds over toward left center, makes the catch. Side is retired. A run does score for the Mets on the RBI single by David Wright. So the Phillies down by 1 as we go to the bottom of the 14th inning here at Citizens Bank Park. The score is not favorable at this point for the Phils. They trail it by 1 as we go to the bottom of the 14th. It's the first time the Phillies have played consecutive games of 14 or more innings in franchise history. It's an old franchise, too. Well, the Phillies will play from behind. They've done it today already. They were down 4-0 at one point. Carlos Torres in his 29th game. On in relief for New York. And Torres will face Reed Brignac. Carlos Ruiz. And then the top of the order. As exciting as the Phillies' comeback was, they did have opportunities to win this one in extra innings more than the Mets did. Manship really controlled the Mets. There's no doubt about that. He did a wonderful job. Phillies had the leadoff batter aboard in the 10th inning. And in the 13th inning. Brignac 0 for 5 today, 3 for 15 overall. Was the hero last night with a base hit to left field. And he swings at the first pitch and fouls it back. It's 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Again, in the first day of this series, we talked about how the importance of seeing all these relievers and how they would work each hitter as they got into the series. And I'm sure the Phillies are probably keeping track of how that's going and how they are pitching to them. And again, you got guys that they don't have dead arm, but they're tired. They're fatigued. So it's really interesting to watch how these guys are approaching each and every hitter both ways.
And if they're not fatigued, these pitchers will be by Monday, the way it's going. Inside, 3-1 to Brignac, just trying to get aboard. Torres went 2 2/3 in yesterday's game. The 3-1 pitch to Brignac. Up high, ball 4. The tying run is aboard.
I wonder where we are on the pitch count for this series, or excuse me, for today's game.
Well, we will get you that.
We were 454 for yesterday. Is that what it was? 464.
Carlos Ruiz singled his last time up, popped out his first time. He's 1 for 2. He didn't start this ball game. Came in the 9th inning as a pinch hitter. Brignac takes his lead off first. Carlos lines one to center field, and it drops in for a base hit. 2 on, nobody out. Matt, you made the comment before the ball game when you were looking at the lineup. You said it's unfortunate the Phillies' hottest hitter isn't starting. Well, he may finish, or he is going to finish, one way or another.
Well, that's for sure. He came in early in the game. He's had 2 good at bats already. Although he popped up the first time up, back-to-back at bats with a single. And like I said, he kind of found his swing, and he's feeling very comfortable hitting right now.
All right, so now Revere, he didn't bunt it last time effectively. They're going to give him another chance here, right?
You would think.
I would hope. Well, I mean, Ruiz got on the 12th inning.
Yeah.
And then fundamental baseball has become around right.
David Wright thinks so.
Two for 6. Trying to get that bunt over toward third. To get Brignac to third and Ruiz to second. He has 15 career sac bunts. We have exceeded yesterday's game. 935 pitches in 2 games. Wow. 0-1 the count.
And really interesting here. David Wright is attempting to come down the line, and then he stops. I would think he'd be crashing here, but for some odd reason he's kind of staying back, and it looks like he's going to let Torres take the third baseline. I mean, if Ben can get that ball 2/3 of the way down the line, close to, on the grass but close to the line, it'd be really interesting if he goes that way, or if he goes to first base.
Squares again. Torres thought he had him. So did Recker. It's 1-2.
Or will they take the bunt off?
I wasn't sure with an 0-2.
Yeah.
I figured they had to have him try to sacrifice again. They took it off.
You feel like maybe you get him into a fastball situation. It's a cat and mouse game from here on out.
Got to get that run home, that first one, and then you worry about the winning run. Buchanan gets Revere to step out, goes through the signs one more time. Roberto Hernandez is warming up in the bullpen for the Phils. One ball and 2 strikes to Revere. Did he go? Yes. last couple innings have not gone particularly well for Ben Revere. He hasn't been able to do the job with the bunt. Well, he went.
Yes, he did.
Proper call.
So Revere's retired. Jimmy Rollins is up. Rollins lines one out toward right field. Granderson's coming on. He makes the catch. And Brignac goes back to second, 2 outs. Made the comment earlier that the fundamental part of the game, the Phillies had done a lot of good things fundamentally. Revere's inability to lay down the bunt in his last 2 at bats really have hurt the Phils. I'm not saying that the runner would have scored from third on that ball, but Granderson was in an awkward spot running in.
Well, and a lot of different things change. I mean, it's a second and third situation with the bunt down, and the pitch selection might be different. The approach might be different by a hitter. So, but I agree. I mean, he had 2 opportunities to get the bunts down, and he's 0 for 2 with the bunting situation.
Well, now it's left to Utley with 2 outs here in the 14th. Runners on first and second. Swing and a miss. One ball, 1 strike to Utley. Runners on first and second. The pitch from Torres. Swing and a miss. A slider. It's 1-2. Brignac walks. Ruiz single. Revere struck out. Rollins fly to right. Now it's left to Utley. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. The pitch to Chase. Swing and a miss. He got him, and the ball game is over. 5 hours and 32 minutes, and the Mets have defeated the Phillies 5-4. Less than 24 hours after the Phillies won in the bottom of the 14th inning in Friday's game. Well, this one is a tough one for the Phils to swallow. David Wright is the Chevrolet player of the game. He had the game-winning single in the top of the 14th inning, but eventually gave the Mets the victory. So they win it 5-4. And they've taken 2 of the first 3 in this 5-game series. Second time in franchise history they've played back-to-back games of 14 innings or more. The last time was 1979. So the 70s, things were pretty extended. I'm not sure what Brian Anora and Terry Collins are chatting about, but it's a good point. After the Mets have won it 5-4, we'll be back to try and wrap this thing up right after this from Citizens Bank Park.
Coming up next, Modell's Sporting Goods Kids